Hey, party people. I hope y'all are doing good. I'm gonna spare you guys the juicy bits and let's get right into it, right? That part.
Staring at herself in the mirror on the restroom door. Voices in her head that mirror what she's heard before.
Hey, party people. How y'all doing? What is happening? Hey. Yes, Rika. Listen, your girl was out here in these streets. I was outside today. So I had to wash the day off. I was also finishing up an assignment. I needed that shower as well, BTW. Completely put something in the wrong context. So the channels were open to highlight that. I shall be redoing that question hopefully tonight, which will probably be tomorrow morning. But how are you guys doing? How's the Aries full moon treating y'all? We are live in those energies. How's it doing for you guys so far? Oh, thank you, Sammy. Do you know what? The week has been a come down. It's been hectic, but I feel like that has been the theme of 2023. I don't know about you guys, but it's just been like, bam, bam. The tides have been intense. It's been a lot. So this week, the tides have been incoming, but I feel like I've been a little bit more adaptive to the flows. I've just been utilizing my tools. So yeah, it's been interesting to say the least. I've had some projections in places. Introspection is going on. Aries full moon is till dancing on my head. Listen, I'm telling you, there's a lot of shifting that's taking place during this season. So it's definitely introspective. And the layers are shedding very, very quickly as well. So I guess this season, the theme for us would be try not to hold on to what you don't need, which is generally the case. But seriously, like sometimes we spend so much time with like remorse of the things that we have to sort of like sacrifice to make room for the stuff that we need. And that also applies to me. I don't know if you guys saw that dip or heard that dip in my voice rather, but yes, the sacrifices that has to be made in order to actually move into these new waves. So it's going to be interesting. Let's have a little look at the list and see. Totally appreciate the efforts and the energy you put into your lovely channel by taking time from your super busy schedule. Honestly, thank you, beautiful. I think this is one of the things where I kind of like, I make sure that I'm here also for myself as well as you guys. I think, you know, God sort of like tests me in this space because I'm always asking to be put on, right? Whatever that means. I'm navigating through a lot of characteristic flaws for that level. I'm lazy. Sometimes I'm not really lazy, but my human's selective on what she wants to do. So I give her the room to do that. So I actually like coming in here. They tell me all the time that I need to, even today while I was in the shower just now, they were giving me like schedules on, oh, you should do this. I'm like, listen, I'll get there when I get there. That's a nice thought. Okay, but I'll get there when I get there. I generally like just this one time a week. It is a super busy schedule at the minute, so this one time for you guys, for us, each week is like it just kind of like sets the scope to wrap up the week. Hi, Libra World. How are you doing, my love? I'm telling you, it is definitely an interesting time to be alive. So let's go ahead and kick off the list. We have, oh, Libra World, you are first on the list, Mama. Look at you. Then we have Rika, Ethereal, Ari, Mina, So Amazing, Smara, Lovemar, and Ash13, and Kay closing out the list. So, oh, Kayla, you came in just after the list finished up. How many have we got? 2, 4, 6, 8. Am I reading that? 6, 8, 10. Okay. We may make allowances for you, Kayla. We may make some allowances. And sort of get you in on that one extra, I guess they sort of like put out, because I told you the guides have been having a go at my guides about holding to the rules of the logistics. So we'll throw you in on that extra slot to keep the noise down. Thank you, Sammy. We'll chat next time you're on live one. Keep well and continue. Oh, thank you, beautiful. Are you on the list? Oh, you're not on the list. I see. All good, beautiful. All good. I hope everything's going well in your world as well. Hopefully, this Aries full moon, continues to bring some new waves to get the vibrations elevated in your space. All right, guys, we're going to go and dive into the list. Libra world, let's go and throw your question out there. Mina will join us when she gets here. She's making her way. She's making an entrance. So while she's out, we'll just kind of like get the momentum going and I guess figure out a rhythm. I've actually got snacks for me tonight, guys. I've got some little frittatas. Okay, so you girl's going to be over here snacking as well. Okay. I was like working. I had to go and touch base with the nephews this morning. So I was up really early to make sure that they were okay this morning. So it's been a long day to say the least. I'm actually going to have them next weekend. So we're going to have to figure out our schedule, guys, for our little friendship date night. But Libra world, throw your question out there and we'll unpack it for you, Mama. How has this week been for you guys, though? I know Rika said that it's definitely been one of those weeks full on tail dancing on my head. I'm telling you, the downloads have been like intense, and there's so many ethereal presences speaking at the minute. Whilst the retrograde windows are still open, we've still got a few planets in retrograde, so there's still a lot going on. But for the most part, we're moving in the right direction. Right, so while Libra World is letting me know what her question is, I'm assuming because she's probably typing. Yeah, let me know what's been going on with you guys. We've got, who have we got in the chat as well? I think, I'm not sure if Kay's still here. We've got Ethereal Goddess. Okay, Rika's here. Ari. I'm not sure if Kay's still here. We've got Ethereal Goddess. Okay, Rika's here. That would be the live, intercepting the live. Look at me in two places at once, trying to be God, right? Chill out, girl. That was so unexpected. It just randomly like hooked itself up as well. Snap. Okay. So, who have we got? So amazing. Are you on the list? Yeah, you're on the list. Smara, I haven't seen yet. Lovemar, haven't seen. Ash, Sammy, Let Ash know we live. I forgot to say that. I don't know if you're still here. That was like 3 minutes ago when you said that you'll be going. But hey, Libra World, it's up to you to sort of kickstart the night for us, my love. I'm going to warm up the cards. Give them a nice little smudge to get our space going. Libra World. I'm assuming they're typing. And then we've got Rika. Rika, throw your question out there as well, Mama. I'll star it as well, because I'm going to have to go through the process until Mina gets here. So I have to work with the dynamics, I guess. Oh, that's so sweet. Hey, Smara. I was just saying I ain't seen you in the chat yet, girl. You guys were like, girl, get in the room. Hey. Hey, ethereal goddess. Oh, honestly. Oh, thank you. It's something that my soul works on, actually. It's something that irritates my human. I'll tell you so amazing. You probably like see me and think, oh, I'm like a nice person, I guess, to be around. That's because you guys get like the sum of me. And I am generally a nice person to be around. But I like live with myself, if that makes sense. Like my demons have been interesting and I've had to downplay a few of my self tendencies actually. Which has been interesting because I've just been like having to like hear these thoughts and I'm in observation. I'm like, why is that even a thing? I'm like, that doesn't even make sense. So, you know, when you kind of have to like rationalize with yourself, because my human's a little bit irrational. I'm Pisces, so I tend to be impulsive. So I have to talk myself off a lot of cliffs, actually. That self thing. I genuinely like enjoy being of service. I think that's the thing, actually. Yeah. I hope to be able to, that's why I come into these spaces with you guys and sharing my authentic self as well, because I come and I really just come and hang out with you guys. But it is genuinely because this space also, I made a coffee, girl, listen, I got snacks for the night as well. I literally got my little frittatas, okay? I've got my fritters out. It's a whole vibe tonight. I am Pisces. I'm Aquarius Pisces cusp. So it can be a lot in this body. Pisces being super emotional, Aquarius intellectualizing everything. So I have to watch like all these shadows as they move through, which is why I've been observing like the updating process. God is being immaculate. Can I just say, like in this season, he's just like control or delete. Do you want this? No, not control. Listen, it's been interesting. Oh, Smara. Listen, I'm telling you, intellectualizing everything. It's actually very, very it could potentially be draining, but I think the Pisces in me likes it. I think that's why. But let's go and dive into it. Right. I think Libra put her question out. So I'm gonna go and pop that up. We're gonna dive into it. Oh, damn. I can imagine. We've been going through some updating, like I've just been saying, like God has literally been sort of like going through and he's just like, you need this. Like there's really been a whole process of like rationalizing and seeing what tools we're sort of able to implement in places. So this I want to say this week is sort of like the test after the Mercury retrograde, to be honest. To be honest with you, I feel like it was the test after the Mercury retrograde. It's like, okay, you survived it. Now let's see what you really learned from that. So it's a lot of updating at the minute. It's right. Oh, I'm a Capricorn moon. So I get that vibe too. Okay. Which I can appreciate. I appreciate that with my Pisces, Aquarius cusp, because there's a lot of movement in that sort of dynamic. So being able to sort of be selective with that Aquarius dynamic there, having the Capricorn moon to be selective and, like, I don't think so. But yeah, may I have a general, please? Beyond rough week, my mental health took big hit this week. Girl, tell me about it. Right. Libra world wants to get a little bit of an understand. Oh, okay. Tell me about it. Tell me about it already. Okay. Oh. The season you're experiencing is it's a testimony. There's a fall from grace that you're navigating through. The sequence of the scenes that you're navigating is essentially that fall from grace moment. But we're going to go and unpack it because they were showing me that it was almost like that Eight of Swords energy sort of being like tied up and restricted in so many different dynamics and situations. Hey, Mina. Let's see what you're sort of putting across as well so we can... Yes, a lot of stuff happened the same week. I just stopped smoking weed, which helped my mental. Doctor gave me med, but a little scared to take some good and bad review on it. Get you on that. And weird, abusive BD pop up again. Oh, yeah. The Mercury retrograde can do that. And I get that too. So, okay. So interesting. You're going through significant life changing decisions. So your test, interestingly, came up with abusive BD. Okay. Interesting. That must have been really just like, why now for you? I'm sure that was like very, very draining on you because you're already like removing your vice basically from the situation. And then you're kind of pretty much having to sit in the situation and process. Yeah, a nice fast to be able to sort of like cleanse the mind, like the herb is always nice. So I see what God is doing there to really be able to like have you face it, because that's what like weed basically is, sort of like a numbing agent. It kind of like numbs the emotional receptors. So they're still there, but because the cortisol levels are kind of like dropped a little bit, and we're in like a sort of relaxed state, if you will, that's where the mind sort of goes into a bit of a trance. It helps with the processing, but there's a lot of delayed processing. So I find that when God brings us into seasons where our vices are actually sort of like removed as well, it really is to give you an opportunity to process. So I'm sorry that you had to like pretty much open the door and meet your fear, literally, type thing, because that must have caused so much anxiety in your body, to be honest with you. So I hope that you did like some breathing techniques throughout the process of navigating through that. And if you haven't, please do, because your nervous system must be so tight in navigating through that. If you're struggling with whether or not you want to sort of like be on the meds, utilize the tools that you actually have to sort of navigate through some of these situations whilst you make a definitive decision if that is actually, the path for you, right, during this little season that you're in. And I finally went off on my neighbor. that been messing with me for like 3 years. Yeah, that kind of that scene came up for me, but I didn't confront it. I'm like, bruh, that's your problem. I don't know if I care that much. I'm not really auditioning for like major scenes in my life at the minute. I kind of like you, like at the distance that you're at. For me personally, because it's like other people's demons kind of like seeking attention essentially. So interesting. Let me know how that played out for you, because I didn't engage in the scene, but it was an option for me during the phase of this Mercury retrograde come down. So let me know, right? Don't worry about it, Mina. You're good. We already sort of like put it out there. You're going to be making an entrance. You'll get here when you get here. So it's all good. Hey, Foxy. Yeah. Numb everything. And I want to work through the emotion to heal from it. You can do that. You can do that. I think I do find that it's a challenge actually for people to be able to navigate through their emotional processing with the vices, particularly weed, just because it drops the cortisol level. And like if a person isn't used to navigating through their emotional side of their brain, it's very easy for them to sort of just apply the logic, because the thing in that state is kind of like trying to get through the things that one needs to get through type thing. So this is actually a really good time for you to sort of like tap into that emotional aspect of your mind to, I guess, reflect on some of these things. So it's definitely, like Rika said, an introspective time. She is bully, and I had enough, and I hear you on that, because so is my little bully next door. But someone had to give it. It just wasn't me, unfortunately. I wasn't auditioning for those scenes. But I definitely wanted to hear how it played out for you, because there were things that were being sort of brought up about like teaching this person a lesson. I am teaching a lesson in a different format, which is I don't choose to be in this class with you. You're just not somebody I want to work with, period. But I know that there were definitely scenes playing out. That's because I saw how, like, once you engage in the scenes, I saw how it played out basically for like my brother and his missus. They were sort of like in a battle for like 5 years with their neighbors. I was just like, yeah, you get a small scene in my movie. Bye. But yes, let's dive into your question. Libra world. Let's see, guys. Let's talk about it. Seems like there's a lot going on. God's updating a lot in her life at the minute. So talk to me about it. Okay. Okay. Oh, thank you. Oh, okay. Okay. Interesting. Okay. So it's interesting because we've got the Magician in reverse, right? Which is pretty much speaking about your tendency to be resilient, but not so resourceful, right? So definitely, obviously, you're kind of like in a place at the moment where you're kind of the best way that I can put it is that you're reacting to some of the lost opportunities. I'll put it to you in context, right, in terms of the classes. And this isn't good or bad. This is just for me to tell you the story so that we can unpack and figure out what we're doing moving forward, because this is how they're telling me the story now. So this was, remember I was speaking before I kind of like went off on a tangent, right? I was speaking about a tightness, basically, right, being like wrapped up in a ribbon. These imposed restrictions that were sort of like taking place. So I don't think that what you did with the neighbor situation was neither good nor bad. It was something that they had coming. And I think that for you, this was a case of lost opportunities, right? Opportunities where it felt like, okay, you did this, you did this, you did this, you did this. We were speaking about the whole fact that you're navigating through a whole course of the fall from grace, or the grace that you had paid potentially to that individual had kind of like, been cut dry. There's a drought basically for that grace. There isn't any left. So obviously what transpired as it did. It came from a place of complete disregard for consequences. And I think that that's, you kind of like absorbed a lot of that energy. Okay, so this is where they're taking me with this, right? So there would have been some of those, that energy, when she's kind of like projecting all of her negative energy, you're kind of like experiencing blocked emotions because you're not responding, right? So it became a situation for yourself in terms of responding to the situation. It was like everything at once. And then also, again, right, this is the beauty of like when God removes the vice, right? You kind of like get to see where you are with situations, really, right? Because again, the vice is it's a medicine, I guess. Sometimes one abuses said medicine, right? And God takes you off. Because like, right, you're on timeout. Right? And then God's like, okay, we're going to focus on some other tools, right? We're going to figure out how to be able to navigate through these situations, because that aspect isn't necessarily getting the full impact and effect that one wants, right? And also, I think that was a natural rite of passage for them to learn their boundaries with you in the situation. Same thing goes for BD as well, interestingly enough, right? So with the BD situation, that's a little bit different in terms of the context of this, because they're showing me that there's definitely still a lot of negative thoughts around that situation. I'm seeing very much 5 of Swords and 7 of Swords energy. So this is kind of like a sequence that's kind of playing out as far as the dynamic with BD. You're kind of like in that cove, if you will, dancing through 5 of Swords, 7 of Swords, 6 of Swords, and 8 of Swords energy in that dynamic. And it's kind of like a cyclatry experience that you seem to have in that space, as far as how you guys seem to engage for some reason. So I guess God is kind of like, he's breaking free on that. There's some indecision. Is BD still trying to sort of like engage romantically to any capacity? Because they're showing me that this looping is sort of like taking place because of an indecision, and I don't sense it's coming from your part, so I have to be clear. If he may be still making attempts, basically, for romantic gestures as far as things between you guys. Whilst you're answering that question, hey Lakia, unfortunately the free list is closed, mama. We've even got like, oh, Mina, can we get, hey Ash, can we get Kayla Tillett as the one extra on the list? I did say it earlier. Hey Kay, yes, delete Facebook, IG, Snapchat, so he could just leave me alone. Damn, girl. Okay, I see the self-imposed restrictions that they're speaking about. Okay. And created a new one. Okay, boundaries are being set in this season for you. Interesting, mama. Let's dive into it then. So, right, guys, how do you see things playing out with BD moving forward then? Because it seems like there's this little cycle playing out in the Suit of Swords. So definitely like a mental looping situation. Oh God, he's still making offers. Okay. He's still gonna make offers, girl. He's still gonna be moving like that Knight of Pentacles energy, trying to be very methodical in terms of how he navigates the situation. He's just trying to get better at being more stealthy with how he does things. But it seems like, I'll tell you this, right? I think that you have a right to feel how you feel when it comes to him, because I can sense that there hasn't really been a change. I see that his behavior is still pretty much a part of the factor as to why you don't necessarily trust being in the space with him. And I can say that you're pretty right in that, to be fair. I can see that he's still not ready. Even though he's like making these gestures and, you know, wanting to put across these sentiments, he's still not ready yet, which is why, like, intuitively, you're at the place of resistance that you are with it. You can sense it yourself as well, you know. Okay, so interesting. Okay. Yeah, he's still the same person. He just wants what he wants, to be fair. It's not like he's actually willing to change as well either. He just wants to get better at being a less than ideal version of himself. I'll put it like that. Right? The change would be to start a relationship with your child, not me, that part. Definitely. Definitely. But I don't think he knows how to identify himself within his child's life if he's not necessarily with you. So I think those are probably some of the things that he has to get his mind around. For the most part, as far as like how the situation is playing out, it's interesting, right? Because I'm like, yeah. It I guess the theme, and it's interesting because like it's not like a major what's going to be playing out isn't like a major shift to anything new that's already going on. Like eventually you'll get to a place where, well, for the most part, you're already actually at the precipice of that place where you're already celebrating the fact that, you know, that situation is no longer for you. You've got clarity. You feel like you understand why the situation isn't and can't be. They're still sort of in that Five of Cups energy, though. Interestingly enough, they're still in that Five of Cups energy. And it's Five of Cups in reverse as well. So I guess they're kind of like getting to a place of accepting the situation. I think eventually, right, there will be a bit more of a there'll be a bit more of a communal experience. Like I do see that you guys will be able to sort of come together. Not like that in terms of like relationship wise, but on a friendship level, actually, in terms of like the family dynamic. That takes a while though. That takes you guys a good few years, to be fair. I'm seeing 3 years and 7 months, 7 to 8 months to be precise, because it is a little bit tricky as it's pivoting into that, like on the other side of all of the chaos that you guys are navigating through now. But yeah, I think they get to that place. They get to that place. I think what you're doing right now, they're kind of slowly getting an understanding of the boundaries, but they're still a little bit resistant. It's almost like a disbelief almost. So they're experiencing some cognitive dissonance as far as receiving this updating to the dynamic of how you guys engage with each other. But yeah, I think eventually it gets to a place where you guys are able to, for you, you get there a lot quicker. I'll say that much for sure. Where you guys are able to have a bit of a celebration about the fact that, you know, things didn't necessarily work out and you guys are sort of a better family unit for it. He's not there yet, like I said. It takes you guys a good 3 years, 3.5 years to get there. So as you guys kind of like ride out this tide, I think it's really just a case of you being able to assert your boundaries as time kind of like continues until you guys are at that place where there's this mutual acceptance and understanding for where you guys are and where you need to be for the betterment of the child as well. Okay, let's have a look at the neighbor situation as well. How do you see that sort of like playing out moving forward? He'll start to come to awareness in just under the next 5 months as far as like this dynamic. He'll start to come to like a place of acceptance in just under the next 5 months. They said I had to sort of like put that across. They said I forgot. So I'll put that across. Okay. Talk to me about the neighbor. How do you see that one panning out? As clearly as you can. Thank you. Okay. 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 Oh. Yeah, I guess this little battle is going to be a continuum. Really just want to living here, just messing with my mental. I hear you on that. I was going to ask you that question at some point of the context with the neighbor, to be fair. As far as this situation, it seems like there's a lot of incoming energy coming in your way. It seems like like they're definitely going to be going around talking to people basically about the experiences that you guys have recently, the eruption basically. They're going to be sort of like talking to people about their perception on the situation. It seems as though as well, the way that they're kind of like telling the story is very much very one-sided because they're not really telling the full context of everything, to be fair. I think a lot of what they got was, previous energy just erupting in the space as well, like just delayed processing actually of some of the residual anger from certain situations that they had already sort of like projected and dynamics that you were already experiencing. So they're just lying through their teeth. If not lying, because they're saying not lying technically, just telling like their perception on the story, right? But it's off balance. Let's say that it's not a full context of the story. Oh, snap, Nero said, I'm ready to put a hand and feet on. Listen, it seems like you guys are going to be navigating through some stuff, actually. It's going to continue to be a little bit of a heavy situation that kind of weighs down on both of you guys. And definitely it's going to be very triggering as far as like just having to check your temperature, both of you guys. So yeah, this one's going to be very, very overwhelming in the sense that it's going to be a lot of like being hyper vigilant in protective mode. So yeah, I guess you're kind of like trying to pivot that injustice basically. She bully, she do it to a lot of people. Yeah, so is my bully. He does it to a lot of people as well. That's why he feels like he can kind of do it here for the most part. But yes, let's close out the space and see what the overall guidance is for you. What do you guys advise our girl Libra world to do in terms of these unfoldings? Okay, no. Okay, this is about assertion. Okay. Yeah. Yes, her too. The whole floor. Tired of her. No. And I get you. I get you. Because my little demon's just deflecting. He usually sort of like puts that energy onto people, but I just shake him off. To be honest, I'm just like, look, go back to your owner, you little demon. I ain't got no review over here. I'm busy processing my own shit. Hey, mama. But yes, my love, the angels, the guys are saying this isn't necessarily one per se about asking the angels, because I think that this is more about your human experience. And I think, you seem pretty firm on your no. So, yeah, listen. I'm like, listen, because I can feel the energy. I can feel the energy when he's kind of like giving me all that stank vibe. And I feel like that nasty little demonic force coming over. I'm like, back to your master, okay? There is no room for you over here. Got my own, like, I check in with my demons. I'm like, guys, we got any room? Nuh-uh, okay? Find your ass back to your master. Like, I can't take on your shit today. I'm sorry. I just can't. But yes, my love, their guidance is, because this is an experience for yourself. Solely, they support these no's that you're putting across, and they also understand that it's one of those situations that is going to be overwhelming for you. So ask for what you need when you need it. Okay. You're not necessarily asking, I guess, in terms of like the decision, because they're like they this particular decision, they're not really involved in your process of it as much, I guess, probably because it's testing season, right? So they can't really sort of like do too much, but they are there to be able to sort of like set your goals in terms of like what you want with situations. I tell you, honestly, like when that sort of like energy comes my way from little mister over there. I don't know if you guys heard him the other night. He literally shouted out like, shut up and go to bed. I found it rather funny. It tickled me that I was irritating his demon that much, just being myself, because I'm like, bruh. That's generally how I tend to sort of like deal with these situations. Yeah, coping mechanisms, we all have them, right? On that note, I hope that that was okay for you, beautiful. I hope that you're able to sort of like receive what you needed from that. It seems like things are going to be moving in the right direction with BD. It's just going to take some time. And mama, this situation is just going to play out very much in a chaotic dynamic, to be honest with you. It may feel a little bit imploding sometimes. I'm not going to lie. It will feel like you're sort of like imploding on yourself in terms of like dealing with certain things, because the timing will be like that one thing when you least expect it. So be prepared for the unexpected is what I'd say with that situation. Okay. I hate people like that hate the body and skin dating. I'm telling you, they're just sick. They're sick with their own thing. And you know what? Leave sick people to just be sick. Not like pour salt into the wound, but I'm just like, yeah. She talked too much for me. Yeah, well, she out here yapping. she's already telling. She's already telling what the situation sort of like has been recently, like the dynamic that you guys went through. So she's telling her version of events, but yeah. But I hope that that was useful for you, my love. Okay. And I'll definitely keep you in my prayers as well. Right. And then run into her house once I come out. Yeah. Because really, it's just a cowardly spirit. It's just a cowardly spirit. Like, that's where these types of forces get birthed from, just like these fearful, cowardly places. That's okay, beautiful. Thank you, actually, for like stopping into the space. You're in a really interesting season. So yeah, I think the guides they support your decision. So that's always a nice place to be, because listen, the less resistant they are, the better it is for you to be able to just delegate the situation. So yeah. Okay, we're moving on to Rika. Rika's put her question out there. And then we're going to move on to Ethereal. Okay. Ma'am, what's up with Ajitesh? I'm stuck on him. Does he still have feelings for me, or he moved on to other options or career? Because he isn't doing anything. Oh, oh, sorry, Rika. Okay, let's have a little look. Let's dive into it. Let's see, guys. What is going on with Ajitesh? What's the dealio? Talk to me about it. Okay. Okay, more immaturity than anything. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Tell me then, why? Why is that? Okay. Thank you. Okay. Okay. So, hey, Lady T. Hey. So, Rika, for the most part, hi. Lovely to have you with us, my love. What I'm seeing with the dynamic for him, it seems like there's a little bit of misfortune, basically, that he's kind of navigating through. It's I was going to say wheel of fortune, but it's actually a wheel of misfortune that he's kind of like navigating through. So some bad luck, if you will. That's how we kind of experience it, but it's kind of like delayed karma for poor decisions. Places that weren't necessarily all the way covered in terms of certain decisions, particularly to do with family dynamics, interestingly enough. I think he's being a little bit impractical, or they've experienced some impracticalities there. They're kind of like dealing with the consequences of being impractical. And I think that that's taking up some of his attention and time. However, he makes time for the things that he wants. I think him not necessarily sort of like being forthcoming is down to his immaturity more so than anything else, which is what we were sort of speaking about by we, I mean me and the guides, because I wanted to understand why he was being moody, basically, and quite volatile with the dynamic to get a justification, if you will, an explanation, an excuse, shit, something, because it just kind of like was what it was. But it seems as though there's a lot more to the situation with the family dynamics, and it's a major situation because we've got like a major arcana out, and that's what's going on as far as the undertone. He's having to try and find his balance with the situation and check his temperature and make sure that he's kind of like, you know, prioritizing, if you will, and in terms of where he places his energy and emotions. I want to get a little bit more of an understanding about that though. Right, guys, talk to me. Is there anything else that one needs to know about the situation? Oh. Why? Okay. Okay. And how do you see things kind of like, okay, let me use this deck. Okay, my bad. How do you see things playing out then? How do you see things playing out for them? For Abrail, Rika, and Ajitesh. As clearly as you can. Oh, I felt that. Okay. Okay. Okay, so, ma'am, I have thing in my mind. Sometimes there are people who just admire you. Like, yes, she is pretty, but not more than that. Is that admiration towards me or genuine feelings? I think it's genuine feelings. I think he has a lot, I guess, going on with his personal dynamics with family situations. I feel like that is basically the thing that he has to prioritize at the minute. And I think it's just something that he's focusing on. I think you also perhaps do have a theme, if you will, for these types of dynamics where they show an initial interest, but being able to kind of like maintain that spark. Things kind of like the variables and odds don't necessarily play in your favor. So I think those dynamics are definitely at play with the situation, right? Which is naturally supposed to trigger you. But I think that this one, they're saying keep an open mind with the situation. You're not navigating through a honeymoon stage or situation with this sort of dynamic, but this isn't really one of those things where it's going to kind of like be an easy ride, I guess. This person, it seems like they themselves are like bringing themselves into balance, and they seem to be quite an adaptable personality type as well. So they generally get a lot thrown on their plate, quite a bit. But yeah, I think the situation, the situation may be lacking direction at the minute. I don't think he's clear about, whether or not this is something that he wants to pursue. And I think that that's why you're getting this type of energy from him, because he's not really sort of sure if he has the capacity to pursue it or not. really. So he's just not really getting involved. It's lacking enthusiasm, to say the least. Yes, ma'am, but I don't know why I feel like he just admire me, not more than that. I think that there's admiration there. I think he's not sure if he wants to be able to pursue it. That's probably why you're feeling that way, because I think that there's an attraction. I think you're right there. I think because he hasn't made that definitive decision, if he wants to pursue you, that's what you're sensing, that's what you're feeling in the space. So yeah, I don't think he's made that decision just yet, to be honest with you. Because I'm seeing he's not necessarily focused enough in the space to really be able to like definitively decide. He's not putting in enough getting to know you basically to really make that definitive decision. So how do you see things playing out then? Moving forward. The not thinking man. Okay, that's where we are. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. I don't think he's going to be making much of an effort at all. I think he's got a lot going on at the minute. But I don't think it's necessarily what you think as far as somebody else in the picture. I think it's a family situation. But even then, I don't think he's going to be putting in enough effort, I guess, for you to really be able to feel like it's something that you want to pursue. Actually, it's kind of the situation that is not giving much, to be fair. Let's see. Yeah, we've still got some. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. There'll be, I guess, the way that the cards are putting it across to me is that there'll be other opportunities moving forward. Perhaps not necessarily with this person, because I have the wheel of misfortune here in both decks. So I just don't think that it aligns for you guys much. Bear with me, guys. Speak of wheel of misfortune. There we go, guys. Ma'am, if he has genuine feelings towards me, I'm straight away gonna pursue him. He is in social media. I can send him follow requests. Don't want to seem desperate. And I hear you on that. I hear you on that. It just seems like things aren't necessarily aligning at the minute. It's just not necessarily aligning for you guys. I don't know. I don't necessarily get what the bad luck is, but it seems like there's some stuff going on over in his family space and situation. Ma'am, even I guess he's not really meant for me because Divine is putting so many obstacles. Well, it's unfortunate. It is unfortunate. But I think that those obstacles pay off for what's ahead, which is definitely some Ace of Pentacles. You know, you'll get an opportunity to sort of like manifest a new opportunity. But I don't necessarily see that potentially with him per se. I just don't think he has the mental capacity right now. Yeah. Let's see. What do you guys advise? What do y'all advise our girl Rika to do? As clearly as you can, please. Yeah. And they're saying choose a new direction as well. They're saying it's not the right time. It's just there would be compromises that would have to be made. Yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry, beautiful. I don't think it really aligns. It's a pretty strong no, I guess, from the universe, for lack of a better way of putting it. But I think it yields better results. Yeah, I think it yields better results. Like, not this situation, but it makes way for something better, basically. Okay. I hope that that was useful for you. Sorry, Mama. It's just not aligned. Hey, Ultra Ego. Ma'am, don't want to come off as a shallow person, but he got looks, finances are good from a nice family. I feel like, what if the, I don't know what that is. That's meant for me, well, not having all this, so it's keeping me stuck. Okay. And I get you. I get you on that. No. I get you on that as far as the situation. I think it's one of those things where he can test the waters and put it out there. I just don't necessarily know that it's going to yield much of a result. Okay. So I just have to be honest with you on that. Because it doesn't. Right now, the season, the climate, the timing, everything is just not necessarily giving the time. Yeah. 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 Hey, Ultra Ego. Thanks for the like. Oh, that's okay. That's okay, beautiful. That's okay. Let's move into, I'm going to have a little bite of my snack. What have we got next on the list? We've got ethereal. Okay. You've already put your question out there, right? Okay. That's what's up. Thank you for joining us, Ultra Ego. Our free list is actually closed. I'm actually the guides have definitely, they put it out there again about like getting another live in for like new subscribers. It's like, guys, chill out. I'm already busy. I don't necessarily have room like that in my schedule. They're like, make room, you can do it. We'll give you energy. I'm like, yeah, but if you do give me energy, I don't know, that's what I want to spend my time doing with said energy, okay? Oh, that's no offense, guys. It's just obviously, I'm already doing a whole bunch of stuff, so I just want to utilize my chill time as well. I had like 2-3 hours of chill time today. The rest of it was like sleep or work. That was it. Okay. Oh, happy belated birthday. That's what's up. Thank you for stopping into the space. Hope you had a good one. Oh, that part, right? That part, Mina. Definitely about the work situation. Okay. Oh, okay. We love that. We definitely love a good solo return. Look at that. Oh, sorry. I'm literally. I wanted to share with you guys as well some of like the photos that we've got for the project that we're doing in Uganda with all of the donations and stuff. So I'm like trying to send it to myself so that I can upload it here so I can share those photos at some point with you guys. So you guys can see what our little work is doing and how we're sort of like growing, which is nice actually. We're doing good. We are doing good, and Libra season's here to sort of balance things out for us. So, to all the Libras in the room, what's up? Right, Libra season. It's definitely that time to sort of like bring the whole year into balance. So that's nice. Let's have a little look. Sorry, I'm gonna help myself to my snacks. All right, whilst I prep for the space. Okay. That part, Mina, I need to like get the photos together and like show those to you guys so you guys can sort of like see how that's coming along really nicely, actually. I'm going to get it up for you guys at some point. Okay, so let's see. What does Ethereal Goddess have coming her way in terms of good fortune for the month of October, guys? Let's talk about it. Okay, interesting. Oh, thank you. Okay. That's nice. Okay, put it into context for me. Talk to me about it. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Thank you. Good for you. Okay. Okay. So what do you, sorry, there's like a whole story going on here, girl. Let me unpack it. I'll be with you. Give me 2 minutes. Okay. So talk to me about it then. Like, how do you see it playing out? got context. Okay. Question to you, Ethereal Goddess. Is there someone that's trying to sort of like revisit who kind of took you for granted? Because that's probably the best way that I can put it, because I wanted to sort of like understand the context. So I have to ask you that. I'm going to unpack everything that I saw here, but I needed to ask that question so that I can sort of like understand the dynamics of why the unfoldings are sort of like unfolding in this context. So give me some updates on that question. Somebody, Guy, actually, there's okay. Thank you for clarifying, because I needed to be able to sort of like put that into context, right? So what they're showing me, interestingly enough, is that there's going to be definitely a good little season for you in terms of like a lot of the old cycles sort of like ending. It feels like, for the most part, right? They're showing me that you're going to be having a little bit more clarity. There's a lot less indecision. You're being a lot more stealthy about how you're making decisions as well. You're being very direct as well. People are just having it during this season. But you're also not being sort of like ruthless with it, right? You're not being ruthless with it, but you're very clear about what your standards are. You're very clear about what your expectations are in terms of certain situations. One of the things that they're showing me is that there's like potentially 3 new people sort of like entering your life, I guess, during this little season that you're going to be navigating through. 2 of them may be short-lived, one may be a little bit longer, just like beyond this whole October season, right? And that may be the situation, I guess, that may sort of like unfold during the course of October. That's why I wanted to ask, like, about whether it's a present situation, because I'm like the why, right? Because I was asking questions, you heard me asking questions to sort of like get everything put into context. The why is because of this person that's sort of like, they're sort of navigating through this dynamic of learning how to be able to be a little bit more appreciative, and being able to sort of like bring things into balance as far as like their responsibilities and their priorities, right? But yeah, it is present, but I'm breaking it off. I blocked off people from my past. Okay. There is a present person, but they're not worth it. What you say? You didn't even bother to write them in your script when you was like navigating through that cognition. And I don't think I like him very much. He kind of annoys me too. Like I said, 2 people won't make it past this wave of October, and only one will survive. May the strongest win. But you're navigating through a series of like basically 3 relationship dynamics being questioning throughout the process of October. And this is a great time for you, because you then get to sort of like reaffirm to the universe in terms of like where you are with certain patterns that you're just no longer engaging with, that you're no longer dealing with. You're not sort of applying the same logic to certain situations anymore. And I think you're very clear with that. You're very precise with it. Definitely sort of like not being aloof about anything. It seems like that proper like Libra energy to be very direct and definitive about certain things, right? Sometimes that tendency can kind of, for some people, in terms of them being on the back end of it, of like receiving it, they can kind of like feel like it's cold. But I think for the most part, you guys withstand a lot until you choose not to anymore. So you're well within your right to kind of be where you are with whoever is basically being booted out during the October season. But overall, these like shiftings of dynamics is definitely going to be beneficial to your resting state, because I think that that's the whole point of this for you. I think you're kind of like being very communicative about what it is that you need in certain instances and situations. And if you see and identify that, it's not necessarily being considered or adhered to, you're kind of like on to the next situation, for lack of a better way of putting it. You're just not necessarily sort of like wasting your time looping on a situation. You're kind of just organizing yourself and organizing like your process moving forward. So it's just one of those situations. But yes, there will be three and only one will survive, my love. And I have a lot going for myself, and I get you on that, beautiful. I get you on that. I think with the situation, I don't necessarily think he was a funny guy, but not worth it at all. I agree with you on that. I think he was more of an indication of like, the universe kind of like asking you about that old settling pattern. Are you still in that place? Are you still settling? I feel like that's what that situation and dynamic was giving. Like, yes, these qualities are here, but is this like a deal breaker for you? Is this like of more significant than this quality? So I think it was a case of like you being able to weigh up the odds of certain situations. So it's okay. Yeah, girl, only one will survive. So keep me posted on that. Seems like we already have one moving their way out, and October's about to arrive in 40 minutes for me. It's the battle of the fittest, mama. Only one will survive. Let's see. What's your guidance for ethereal in navigating through the process of October then, guys? What would you guys advise? Yeah, okay, let's see. Yeah, it don't look like he's gonna make it through October very much. Okay, so, okay. Thank you. Good luck to the next two, because I've had it. Listen, I get that vibe. You're like navigating through October, like, you're like F boys, wasting my time. No time. How was my teen years? Oh God, my teen years. It was very abstract. I had a good teen for the most part. Like, I had certain aspects of my life that basically allowed for me to get certain privileges. But it was actually a pretty like depressing time, like in, I want to say like 14 to 17. I was navigating through like, I want to say manic depressant, to be fair, but I was maintaining it well because I know how to navigate through my emotions now. So I would say the level of feelings that I was having then was that. But then I had, I think it was from having to internalize like this girl. Because I was this girl on the inside, but this girl made people uncomfortable. and I wanted to tell everybody about their demons. So it was a lot. It wasn't fun at all, actually. But I enjoyed 17. 17 was a nice golden year for me. And then after that, shit, 18 happened and adulthood was a thing. And I was like, damn. I actually, fun fact, I left home around about 17, moved in with my then boyfriend until I was 20. And then that didn't work out. And I've been with my current partner since. But yeah. 17 was a good time. I did a lot basically between like 14, like I did like raving. I went to like clubs, parties, house party. Like I was doing the most. Okay. So let me not say like the depression was like the only, there was ways to be able to navigate that. Okay. But I just see now that I was navigating through a lot of stuff that I didn't understand then. But it was cool. I definitely had fun. I'm not gonna lie. Like, yeah, I did the most. Okay, I made up for like a lot in a short span of time. Thank God for being Pisces because I adapted to everything real quick. I was like, bam, 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 bam. I think life is gonna slow me down soon. Got it all out the way. That's crazy because by the time I was like 22, it's like pretty sensible. It's like head on track, trying to figure out life to some degree. So yeah. Closing out your space though, before I forget, Ethereal Goddess, they're saying the month of October for you is a recovery period. Okay. So this is essentially like it's not even about trusting anyone. Your trust isn't necessarily going to be on display. It's about where you're placing your trust and where you should and shouldn't take action. You're going to be taking in a lot of information and you're going to be processing what opportunities are actually there for romance and which are farce and facades. Essentially, like I said, there shall be three and only one will survive. And I don't know how long they survive for as well, because I think that there's a little bit of unmasking during their first 90 days where it's questionable. So yeah, it's only because we're looking for the month of October. So obviously that's what they're giving me. But beyond that point, I'm seeing that, yeah, the one who does survive is still on quite a turbulent testing process for their 90 days. So yes, I hope that that was useful for you. Okay. My teen years was a mess for the most part. I'll be 20 in April of next year. Yes, mama. Listen, love 20s. I have to admit, teen me is not the best version of me. Hopefully, I will be much more mature when I get older. You will. You're already pretty mature. Like considering the age dynamics and everything, like you blend and sit and fit into this space really well. And we're all like pretty old souls, actually. We come here and we're like down with the kids and hip and shit, but we're all pretty old souls and you blend fairly well. So you're doing okay. I feel like being in my 20s, I might become a better version of myself. For sure. Definitely. That always like that process of like growing into the adulting. The 20s is nice. You still get room to like mess up as well. So yeah, balance with the maturity, right? Because there's an expectation once you hit your 30s in terms of, I guess, where you're supposed to be at life with all of that. So take your time with it. Shit, towards the end of my 20s, I wish I'd made more mistakes just so I could get it all out. Because the universe is a little bit more unforgiving as we get older, right? I've had enough. I don't even want them. Girl, they come in anyway. They're coming anyways. They're coming to sort of like test, I guess, test their luck and see what can happen. 30 is a serious age. No, you can't. It's just like people are so unforgiving. The universe is just like, oh, you're a whole adult. It's like, yeah. For like 12 years, technically, I'm a baby in this game. I've just started puberty in the adulting world. I mean, but yeah. So I had this guy recently. Oh, are we on to Ari? Are you next on the list, Ari? I thought so. Okay, let's go for it. Let me, while I pack up, let me have a snack. I'm telling you. Literally. It's like, they're like, you should know better. And it's like, I do, but damn. I'm still young. They're like, no. You're old enough to know better. Oh, Ari. Okay, let's dive into it. Ari says, so I had this guy recently who had black hair, blue eyes, and was very tall. But he was 17. That's the age of consent where I live. Okay. He wasn't okay with it. So he ghosted me. Okay, I will put my question out after this. Okay. Okay, cool. I figured you were sort of like giving me the build up. Why did the universe send me this guy knowing I was going to like him and knowing that he is my type, but is literally 2 years younger than me and is uncomfortable with the age difference? Why, universe? Well, the good thing is, at least he doesn't have that much mommy issues, right? That's a good start. Because that's the dynamic that it would take. He would basically come into the relationship with you being codependent. So I'll tell you why that didn't necessarily happen, because I don't think you want a codependent dynamic or relationship. You actually want to be led. But again, it's so funny, right? Because the universe continues to ask you to weigh up your value system. Like, what are the core values of what matters most to you in terms of the dynamics of certain situations? So that particular instance, I guess the universe wanted to understand what core values you prioritize in a partnership. Also, can you tell me if this other black-haired, blue-eyed guy will come back into my life, or is it just not meant to be? He's older, I think. Or will I meet a guy like him? It's more than one question, but yeah, I need the tea. Maybe we can put it all in one. It's still the same subject. I get with you, girl. No, seriously. Yeah, exactly. That's what that situation was for you. As far as like with him, it was a case of basically like really sort of testing the waters to see if that was something that was actually, you know, the truth of the matter is as well. It's funny because they were like, really, the test was for you to see about whether or not you were sort of like wanting to be in a situation with someone that has codependency issues, because yeah, you like attention, but at the same time you don't necessarily like a person to sort of like constantly be on you. It's a little bit off-putting for you as well. So that wasn't the right instance as far as the situation and dynamic in the person. But I think they said that what they learned about your priorities and the situation with that dynamic is that in the value system, the looks trumps a lot of the other qualities that you want in a partnership. And I think that they're kind of like everything else seems to be still questionable, I guess, in terms of so this is why you keep sort of like getting this kind of sort of dynamic with these individuals that keeps coming in as like potential romantic interest, right? Dark hair and light skin, light eyes and pale skin is my weakness. That's my type. Yeah, I don't like when men are super clingy, but I do want a guy that's affectionate and lovey-dovey. Exactly. That's why it's like a very much a contrast, because it's quite a concoction to like find basically in a person. Let's see about the other situation, because this one we can clearly see this was more for you to be able to sort of like really prioritize what your value systems are, and you were spared in that situation as well, because they tend to be, in terms of the dynamics, they tend to be a little bit like their relationships are very one-sided for the most part in some contexts of situations, so it can be quite off-putting with that individual. So you got spared, I'll tell you that much. You wouldn't want to like have to give that much into the dynamic. It's more sort of like a 70-30 dynamic in relationships with him, interestingly enough. Okay, I'll give him an extra 30, we'll say 35, okay? Because they're like, 35. I've attracted tons of clingy men, always blowing up my phone. I've even had men call me so they can get my attention and I can respond back right away. Yeah, yeah. It's a thing to be able to really sort of like test, because you like attention from your partner. It's a very tricky like dynamic to find that right level of chemistry that meshes with what you're looking for when it comes to that dynamic. It's pretty tricky, to be fair, because you like attention, but you like the right type of attention coming in. It shouldn't be needy, it shouldn't be clingy, and generally speaking, it needs to sort of like be on your terms type thing. So it's a little tricky with that one, to be fair, but let's dive into it. Is Mr. Guy coming back then? The other taller version of Mr. Guy that just phased out? How do you see that situation playing out moving forward? Okay, thank you. Oh, okay. 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 Don't see him necessarily sort of coming back into the space or making a sort of double back with the situation, to be honest with you. This dynamic had already played out, I guess. Yeah. Yeah. They're saying there's no reviving it, I guess. Yeah, I see. If he doesn't come back, ask if I will meet a guy that looks similar to him, possibly similar physical features. More than likely, because that's your actual type. So, because that's your preference, that's probably likely where you'll gravitate towards, right? Oh, guys. Okay. Talk to me then. You see someone fitting the bill, sort of coming in to take over where he left off. Yeah. Talk to me. similar features, you know. Okay, thank you. Okay. Oh, interesting. Okay, so with the dynamic, I'm seeing definitely there will be someone fitting the bill with the situation as far as like features, not as tall, 2 inches shorter. And these things are very specific. It's 2 to 3 inches shorter, but still tall enough, basically. And he fits the bill. He fits the bill as far as like the physical aesthetics of like what you're into. So yeah, not bad. What's the guidance then for our girl Ari in navigating through her love life, man? You know, I was thinking about you at some point this week, actually. I can't recall what the conversation was about. I think the guys were telling me something. I think I was thinking, oh, it's a challenge. It seems like it's such a challenge for Ari in navigating through like the romantic interest situation. Like, can you guys not hook her up? I think I was like literally, I was like proper having a conversation with my guys because like I don't know what happened during your week. I think I felt this on Thursday, I want to say. Maybe Wednesday or Thursday. And I was like putting it out there to my guides. I don't know if I picked up on it within the collective. I don't know what was going on in your week around about that time, but I was like, oh, just give her a break. And so I was putting a little case out there for you, beautiful. That guy was probably like 6'5" or something. Yeah, he was really tall, so he'll probably still be tall. Yeah, he'll still be tall. He's like 2, 3 inches shorter, so, and he's still like above you, right? As they say in Jamaica, he'll still be able to drink water above your head. Jamaicans have the darndest comments and folklore about situations, actually, but that's basically supposed to mean that he's still going to be significantly taller than you. Basically. I don't know what my guys were in send me a guy. That's my type. That isn't really meant for me. It plays with my feelings. I hear you on that, but I think also because, right, you're laughing me now, I'm telling you. They say the darndest things. But the situation, right? Like, how are you going to send me a guy that's my type and not have me be with him? I think when I asked about the situation, they were sort of saying because as well, your guys were kind of like pleading their case back to my guys, right? And they were like, because you want to kind of like be able to like live this experience, I guess, of being able to proper. I'm telling you, they're funny. But because the experience was like when you navigate through these processes, you get something else to sort of like speak from when you do get with your person, like you're with your person, and you're with your person for a significant period of time. So it's almost like they're kind of like getting all of these smaller experiences in for you just so that it kind of like, it's like story filler, right? It kind of like fills like the gaps in the story. You know what I mean? But when you do find your person, you guys kind of like are together for a while. I see 3 significant relationships in your life. So I think it's one of those things where these dynamics are just there as like story fillers, to be honest with you. Okay. Yeah. What's the guidance for our girl Ari then in navigating through the process? What do you guys advise? Thank you. Look, they said it's not entirely up to you, but there's no need to worry. Okay. They said because of what you want, it can't be just entirely up to you because a lot of what you want doesn't necessarily mesh well in terms of the recipe of the men that we got these days. So it's not entirely up to you, but you don't need to worry. Like they're weighing up all the situations. So they're trying to find like the best of the situations to give you. So even though, you know, like that situation, for instance, didn't necessarily work out, you spared yourself some serious mommy issues kind of like playing up for you, right? Because he would have probably just got added to the queue of people where it's like, okay, this is just not for me over time in terms of the engagement and interaction with you guys. So yeah, it's a team sport, babe. It's a team sport. You guys have got this. I believe in you guys. Okay. For the most part, your guides genuinely as well seem like they have your best interest at heart. Even when I was like having that discussion midweek, they really seemed like they were coming from a place where it was all about how it was going to work for you, maybe like long term with the situation. So I think that that's like their vision on things. It's more their long term scope on things, whereas obviously you're looking at the short term picture. But I explain these things as well to them, you know. I'm like, but you don't know what it's like to be in your like human. We designed for instant gratification, man. We can't help it. So I did put that argument, which they did say that they get. So yeah, it's a team sport. You guys have got this though. It seems like you guys are on the same page, just maybe different paragraphs of the page. Okay. But yeah, I hope that that was useful for you, beautiful. Okay. Who have we got next? Oh, we've got Mina. Oh, this is where we are with the list, guys. I don't know if Kayla Tillett was still around as well. I was asking for her to get maybe added to the list. I don't know if she was still around as the extra one. Okay. So thank you, Mina. What I meant, Ari, was you want a guy, right, that has certain looks and certain features. But for instance, one of his hindrance, the guy that was presented to you, for instance, he didn't necessarily have, I guess, I'm not going to say mummy issues because to some degree it's just not that significant, but he has a healthy dynamic and balance with his relationship with his mom, and she doesn't necessarily have too much of an emotionally incestuous relationship with him. So he seems to be in balance with his dynamics. Like I want you to explain that a little, share example of that. Yes, please, Mina. Yes, please, if she does stop in. Hey, Ash. We're moving through the list tonight. I think it's because we're not like being intercepted by the donation list, to be fair, but your girl's doing good on timing. if I do say so myself. Actually, yeah, I kind of wish he was just open to dating slightly older girls. Yeah, but see, because of the dynamics, his features basically they would come from a certain sort of like situational dynamic person, whatever. And the way that he was designed was to be in opposition to yourself. Basically, he's a little bit younger, and I'm finding a lot of the things because we're like putting the things out there. You know, it's like the women are like, please God, I need a man that's this. Please God, I need a man that's that. But we don't realize, okay, this shit takes 9 months to make. Okay, so when we put the prayer up, okay, God be going out there and he's like, right, that one, she needs one. She needs oh, she's got the genetic capabilities to produce this one. He needs one. Do you see what I'm saying? So it's one of those things, like, because the whole process is fairly delayed, basically, as we're praying for a lot of these things. These are some of the dynamics. You'll find that a lot of the younger men are sort of like gravitating in some degree towards older women. That's like a whole thing that's going on at the minute as well. But that's because what that lady might have been praying for a while ago, like they were designed to meet that. Do you see what I'm saying? So yeah, that's what that is, you know. That's what that is. But don't worry, he's coming. Okay, he's coming. You're getting closer to it, actually, because it happens for you sort of like in your early-ish 20s, where you really get to be able to experience that. So you're moving towards that part of the journey where you get to like full on bask in the experience for it. I actually like older guys, but I'm open to my age and younger. If they are mature, of course, definitely beautiful. Yeah, a lot of younger men are open to dating older women. It's something that's kind of going on within that uh, collective at the minute as well, because some of the younger females that aren't necessarily updating, yeah, some of the younger men are feeling like they have to go into the older gene pool as well to basically get some of the things that they want, and vice versa. Some of the men that are sort of like in the same age bracket for some women are pretty set in their ways. So some women find it, I guess, a little bit more simpler to mold someone else sort of into what it is that they want, as opposed to someone who's already set in their ways type thing. So there's a lot going on with this like dynamic. So it's definitely interesting, y'all. Definitely interesting. Let me go back to Mina's question. Here we are. Right. So we're like halfway there as well, guys, which is nice, actually. I'm not complaining. But Mina wants to know. Sorry, let me do this because I think I'm going to get a hiccup. Okay, so Mina wants to know, what are Shokat's current thoughts towards me? Let's start with the thoughts first. How are you guys doing now that Mercury retrograde is complete? Like, we're finished with the post shadows as well. Like, the ruptures of demon time in communication class, in theory, should be over. So how are you guys doing in that space? Yeah, the only downfall is that some of these younger men are still immature, and it is a case of growing. Because you got to do some mothering, basically. Comes along with the territory. But let's dive into it. What are Showcat's thoughts towards Mina? Thank you. Thank you. Did you want? Yeah, I was gonna say, Mina, did you unblock him from last time? The snap. That was actually hilarious that he sort of called while we were on the whole live. Speaking about it, that tickled me actually. That was like some live, yeah. You know, like when you're having irony in a movie, that was like really ironic because we were getting like real-time playback on the situation. It was pretty hilarious actually. And because there were other people as well that was like also dealing with the dynamic, like even for myself, I thought it was funny because I literally just navigated the class earlier that week, so it was interesting still. But yeah, let's see his thought process. Interesting. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, so for the most part, I think he's just really wanting to make sure. Sorry. I think he's very desperate to be stealthy about how he kind of like navigates the situation with you, right? He's trying to be his best perceptive self on how to navigate through certain situations with you. I think he's slowly learning and he's learning how to be a little bit more efficient in being able to kind of like show up in certain conversations that you guys have. Because I think he loves the fact that you guys are like open to sharing anything and everything type thing. Do you see what I'm saying? But I think he's also still learning, okay, when I get comfortable, what level is too comfortable? How much of me is viable in certain situations? So I think he's just kind of like trying to figure out how to be a bit more methodical with everything. And that's like his thought process overall, right? Oh, girl. Where are you on the list, Mara? You did the alarm. And it's interesting. Where are we? Okay, we've got one more and then it's you. So you're good, not too bad. Hang in there, girl. One more to go after this. You're doing well. I think he is. I think he is maturing, Mina. I think he is. I think he's actually so exhausted from being on edge of like trying. I meant that, Smara. You know, when the parent gives you the, you know, hey, Jessa, how are you doing, beautiful? Oh, but he is maturing to some degree. I think he's just like so exhausted from like, you know, I guess just doing the wrong thing at the wrong time. I think he feels like he kicks himself every single time where he's just like, "Ugh, I could have spared myself that time in timeout, basically, because he genuinely like loves to just spend as much time with you as possible. So whenever he gets timeout time, he doesn't really like it. But it's one of those situations where, yeah, he understands, I guess, that this is the natural part of the process, I guess, right? But yeah, let's see. Hey, Jessa. Unfortunately, the free list is closed, my love. Yeah, the free list is closed. The donation list is open. Maybe stick around. Everybody else seems to be here for their reading. I haven't seen Lovemar actually. So maybe if you stick around, you might be able to grab somebody else's reading who's not here. Okay. I haven't seen Lovemar since we started, I don't think. Correct me if I'm wrong, anybody. But this is the quickest we've ever gotten to like halfway through. So I may just be having some cognitive dissonance. I might have seen it. Hey, Love Marcy, look at that. Love Marcy said, "What? I am her." Oh, Love Marcy's like, "What?" I'm here. Don't be giving my spot away. Don't worry, Mama. I see you. I see you. Hey, Ali. It's been a while. How are you doing? Did you sense any particular thoughts of his towards me, his perception of me? So this is the thing, Mina, right? Um, he doesn't ever want to like intentionally offend you, and I think he kicks himself every time where he kind of like has these little setbacks with you, where it feels like he kind of like has to be in timeout. Like I said, like you bring the sunshine to his day. Okay, I'll put it like that, right? As far as laughing, I'm good. I'm good, Ali. Listen, just navigating through all the updates. Aries full moon is here and doing the most, so I receive it with gratitude. Interestingly enough, the Aries full moon came just after the Mercury retrograde post shadow as well, just to kind of like do a final cleanup of that updating. It was like, okay, God was like, we get everything updated, right? And then he was like, right, everybody out. Let's get everybody out of the room. Everything looks nice. So now that the updates are finished, but back to the space with you, Mina. He generally sort of sees you as somebody that's very, very valuable in his life. Like you genuinely like make his days a little bit brighter. And I think that when he's not able to engage and interact with you for reasons that he deems like self, because he feels like he knows that he could have handled situations differently, or he's still just learning you. And I think he kind of just wants to have you learn already so that he can spare himself like having to navigate through these down times with you, because it just kind of like, yeah, it kind of leaves him on edge, to be honest. He's generally quite anxious, very unnerving, like he's not really fully himself basically when you guys aren't necessarily in the best of space, to be fair. So I think it's one of those situations. Oh, hi, MZ. Let's go and have a little look and see. I'm gonna go and check it out. I think you did actually. Yeah, you did. Okay, can we get MZ on the donation list, please, Mina? Thank you. Much appreciated. I'm actually going to be showing at the end of this MZ what the donations are doing over in Uganda with our project in Uganda. Because these donations don't go directly to me, they go towards making the world a better place. Oh my God, I'm having like muscle memory playback of Michael Jackson. How corny. I love that. Please don't worry. Our resident Mina, who is our moderator, will definitely let you know when to post your question, because she's getting her reading at the minute. Oh, that's okay, Ali. I was thinking about you, actually. I think it was earlier this week. It's like, oh, I hope Ali's okay. I don't know why, randomly. I guess, yeah, the unwell. I did send you some like positive energy, actually. So, yeah. They go to a charity. Yes, my love. They go to our charity that we're developing. We're actually doing stuff out in Uganda, actually. We're doing a menstruation program. So I'm going to put out some photos at the end of this live to show our little developments, because we finished up our samples of the reusable sanitary towels. So for young girls in Uganda that don't necessarily have access to the resources for stuff like that. So we do lots on the channel. And we appreciate your donation. It's definitely going to go a long way as well. So thank you. Yeah, that's cool. Definitely. I'm glad that you could. I'm glad that your donation, supports what we're doing over here. But let's go and dive into, yeah, right. Well, I'm glad. I'm glad that it aligns with your core values as well, because it definitely makes a difference as well when the giving can sort of like come from a place of resonance, moving that energy forward. It flows a lot better as well. So I love that. Mina, we're going to dive into how he feels about you, because I think we know that the feelings are quite deep. I think he finds the feelings to be quite complex himself as well. Oh, so when you guys actually do the donated readings, the donations actually go towards the project. That's what I'm saying. When you guys do the donated readings, all of that accumulatively, we're actually eventually as well looking at maybe getting some land to basically like do some agriculture and start to feed the community out there. So these donations actually really does go a long way. That was the next thing on the assignment list that God gave me, because now we've started the process, and that's going to basically be an ecosystem in itself that kind of like funds itself as well, because I'm creating a journal that we'll be putting into schools out there for the educational aspect, just lots and lots of things. So I'm gonna like do like a whole lot of thing on this eventually, guys, but we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. Don't worry. God gave me some updates on that assignment as well. So we'll definitely dive into it. But yeah. What are show cats? Yeah, things are moving so quickly, Mina. Like honestly, God was just yeah. It's been a challenge. It's definitely been a challenge, actually. But God's very clear about what he wants. So we do our best to be able to, manifest it to his will. Right. So show Kat's feelings towards Mina. Let's make it very clear, please. Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. They were like, that was interesting. Oh, that's okay, beautiful. I appreciate that. We're gonna be out here, I guess, next week doing stuff. I need to figure out what day, because I'm gonna have my nephews on the weekend. I've already planned a little date for us next weekend. So I've already let them know. You guys know how kids are. If you say something, they hold you to your word. So I'm keeping my word. We'll probably be doing our live on Friday night. In that case, actually, because I'm going to have them. So just something to take into consideration. But yeah, in terms of his feelings towards you, Mina, he's happy in terms of where you guys are now. He's actually happy even with the dynamic that you guys kind of like have in terms of, I feel like in the dynamic between you guys, you're the disciplinary. You're the disciplinarian in the dynamics with the two of you guys. And I think he even appreciates that aspect of the situation, because I think for the most part, right? Like as much as he doesn't necessarily like it, I think he appreciates like learning about his boundaries with situations with you, because I think some things he just doesn't think about. And I think you open up his perspective to situations. So as much as he's not like happy about it in the moment, I think after introspection and him knowing you and knowing the type of person that you are, and the fact that you're not sort of like doing anything maliciously or with the intention to harm, I think that's why he's generally able to kind of like appreciate the fact that you are the authoritative figure in the relationship dynamic with you guys. I think it's a role for him as well that he feels he's too impulsive. He wouldn't be able to sort of balance things with you guys. So he appreciates the fact that I guess you kind of take on that role because he's kind of, I guess, the type of person to probably be a little bit hasty in situations. And it's funny because it's like he feels like your process is well thought out for the most part. Sometimes you're just being just as impulsive because he triggers you, but he don't, by the time you go back in and you explain and you like put it across what the situation is and what it shouldn't be and what it mustn't be in order to move forward, he's like, yeah, yeah. um I don't necessarily sense commitment verb. If anything, I sense some self-sabotage tendencies. I think that that's what you're picking up on. He just seems to be pretty rife with self-sabotage tendencies, and I think it stems from his anxieties about messing shit up, to be honest with you. So in fear of messing things up, he actually messes things up. It's a bit of a looping cycle that he kind of like navigates through. Bless him. It's kind of like tripping over his own leg type thing. But yeah, it's not commitment for it. Girl, he would be committed to you in a heartbeat if you would let him. It's more his self-sabotage nature. And he's so over it personally. Because he just wants you to want him in the way that he wants you, actually. So definitely not a commitment thing. That one tickled me. Oh, Mina, trust me. Listen, he's like running like this towards you. If you said tomorrow, yes, okay, he would be like tripping all over himself just to get into wherever you are, type thing. So no, things are the way that it is right now because of the boundaries, actually. But I think he's getting frustrated with his own self-sabotage natures. That's why he appreciates the fact that you're the authoritative figure in the relationship dynamic, because I think he just feels like he's a little bit helpless figuring it out himself. So yeah. Let's see. What's the guidance for our girl Mina in navigating the space with Showcat? What's the guidance for Mina? Oh, thank you. Oh, interesting. Put this into context for me. Oh. Interesting. Okay. Sorry. I'm like having a look at what they said because they said that they said that attempting to let go of this situation generally will be like cycles of like unsuccessful cycles of letting go, because this is why I wanted to put it into perspective, sorry, because the connection, I guess, with you guys, like it tends to be one of those situations where it causes a lot more anxiety, basically being apart, particularly for Showcat. I'm assuming. And for yourself as well, it seems that you feel some sense of obligation, actually, um, whenever he feels the presence of your absence. And it seems like you guys kind of like go through a process of this dynamic, if you will. He struggles to basically get it right, in the process of learning you. And when he does actually go into that mode where he's basically in timeout, the anxiety is rife, but it's never a letting go. It's more of a let me breathe type thing. So yeah, they're saying like the attempting to let go situation is inevitably unsuccessful due to, I guess, the way in which the design has been looping basically between you guys, um, with this sort of dynamic as well, in terms of where his feelings are. It would have to take an actual like unraveling mentally and emotionally, um, of that connection for you guys to actually let go. So I guess they're kind of like saying spare yourself, I guess. um, that is what I've been trying and worrying about too, even when things end up we come in contact all over again a bazillion times. I wanted to end this. We come together again somehow. Even when I want to let go, it comes together again somehow. It's frustrating, honestly. Yeah, well, they're saying, look, it's just the way that it is. But there's a lot of like pleasant cards here as far as the dynamic with you guys. It seems like there's a little bit of codependency basically on his part, which is why the universe is continuing to keep you a part of his life, to be fair. And I think that that is potentially the reason why you guys are looping, because it would, like I said, require actual like conscious unraveling, because the connection that he feels that he has with you is a codependent one. So a lot of his growth basically is embedded in the dynamic of the relationship with you. So yeah, enjoy. I think ultimately you're probably like a really good teacher for him. He listens to you probably for the wrong reasons, because obviously he's like physically attracted to you, but at least he's listening. I think the universe is just glad that he's finally getting the message on a lot of different things about his character and personality type and how it may aggravate people from time to time. So yeah, I hope that that was useful for you. So beautiful. Exactly. So the universe is just glad that somebody has a job. Okay, you're doing a good job, Mama. That's too funny. Oh dear. Okay. I can imagine. I can imagine. Okay. God brought you in to be able to like present him. Like, you know, here, get to know me. Meet my good friend Mina. She'll tell you all about it. She'll teach you all about it too. Brilliant. Trust me, God's been like real funny these days. I'm like having to tell him about his sense of humor. I'm like, bruh, come on. You're doing a bit much. I'm telling you, he thinks he's real funny in this climate. Like, have you guys seen some of like the comical things that has been going on in the world? I mean, it's not funny, but it's so tragic that it's actually funny. You can see God's sense of humor in there, and I'm just like, that is not funny. But yes, MZ, it's your go. Put your question out there in the chat. I'm telling you, God's been like, he's on his gangster, like, comedian mode. He's just out here like, that's funny. That's funny. And it's like, no, it's not funny. Okay, that hurts my feelings. Oh, I'm glad that you're loving this space. I go live every week. Like, yeah, on the weekends. This is our hangout. We come and hang out. This is our friendship date night. We come and hang out and just check into each other's worlds and see what's going on with our classes. See how God's updating us in tandem with the rest of the universe. So it's always interesting. How's the Aries full moon treating you, my love? Okay, let's see your question. Let's get it up on the screen and dive into it. Okay. So, yeah, come and hang out with us. We just come and hang out and vibe out. Exactly what Mina said. We give weekly updates on our assignments and it's like a community where we come to commemorate each other and congratulate each other. Depends on how we've done in class that week. Yeah. But life has been lifing. So, MZ wants to know, guys, okay? Listen, I'm telling you. Commemorations and congratulations, okay? We do it all. It's like a support group for doing life. You've got AA. We do life, okay? Life Anonymous. Except it's not so anonymous. Okay. Thank you for confirming. So amazing. Don't worry. I got you next, beautiful. I'm going to do MZ's reading. I think there's a couple of questions that they wanted to ask because I think the donation was for a couple of questions. So, yeah. Mike's current, okay. We'll start with the feelings. Let me see. What's Mike's current feelings towards MZ? Oh, interesting. Mike's current feelings towards MZ. As clearly as you can. Oh, interesting. Okay. Put this into perspective for me. Can I ask you, MZ, is your dynamic with Mike, is it supported? So, how can I put it? Do your families kind of support or friends support the dynamic of you and Mike, the story of you and Mike? I have to ask that question to put all of this into context whilst I continue to unpack the cards, but answer me that question in the meantime. Put this into perspective for me, guys. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Talk to me then about Mike's thoughts for MZ. Okay. I think it's because there were external sort of like opinions given on that situation. That's why I was asking about it. So, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Because I was seeing a situation where there was like, um, oh, what's the tea? Let me know her name. Let's spill let's spill all that out. How it was showing up for me was that he wasn't very much like he didn't make a definitive decision on you, to be fair. He didn't, right? But it felt like there was a suggestive thought basically that robbed him of that decision. Um, so yeah, we'll dive into Susie. Okay, so show me then, guys, what was Susie's part in the process of this situation? Because what happened is that they turned his mind, like that dynamic turned his mind away from the situation when it comes to you. So that's what made it very tricky. Unfortunately, it was like a subconscious planting of a seed. And I don't think it was coming from like the best place. I think it actually had some undertone of jealousy involved as well. So that's pretty interesting. But show me, what was Susie's place in the dynamic with Mike and MC? Interesting. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, yeah. No shit. Definitely that, girl. Definitely that. Definitely that. Interesting. So the way that they're putting it to me is that Susie brought death to this situation by not minding her own business, for lack of a better way of putting it. There was no introspection when it comes to the situation. It was really more or less a refusal to look within herself and understand where this situation was coming from, why she was feeling this triggered with the situation. I don't know that she actually even really wants Mike like that. I think she just likes the attention that Mike actually gives her, and she doesn't want to have to share Mike with anybody. I think that's really the actual issue when it comes to the situation. I think um, because she was being manipulative. That's precisely it. She was being manipulative. It was because he was basically being unplugged from her spell, basically, because for her being in the dynamic, she takes a lot of his like shine. I don't know how else to put it. Like she likes the attention that he's able to give her. She likes the fact that she can call on him, that he's reliable, that he's supportive. She likes these qualities, right? About him. When Mike was sick past weekend and I sent him some soup to hope he feels better. Yeah, go on. This Susie is, yeah, she definitely had her own little involvement with the situation. She brought bad energy to this space. I'm not gonna lie. And it's very clear as well, like what she did has so many major implications as well. And Mike says that I'm too nice and overwhelming. Yeah, it's because you're bringing standards that Susie knows that she can't compete with. So she's kind of like being overcritical of your natural good gestures. And it's so unfortunate for Mike as well because he's used to like being treated as a less than guy in his circumstances. So him even being in this type of situation and position is sad. That, you know, this Susie person's been able to sort of like infiltrate his mind. Well, it's one of those things where before you, okay, so she'd already like got her hooks into Mike. So she already had, like, how can I put it? Mike and I have known each other for 4 years. How long has she been in the picture? Because what I'm seeing with the situation with her, right? She's definitely got a place in his mind. I think that there's some element of admiration for her. So because he cares so much about what she thinks, this is why he's doing like what she suggests. Um, and I've been very nice to everyone. I know. Yeah. How long have they known each other? How long has Susie been in his life? Help me understand that little timeline there, but she definitely played a part in this whole process. She was one of the people. There was actually like it became a thing where other people were starting to agree with her and validate the things that he was saying, but the things that she was saying basically, but there wasn't really anything to it, if I'm honest. Like, she was just making shit up, to be honest with you. She was talking through her ass, trying to find things, basically, to sort of like come at you because you were presenting so ideal, basically, so ideal. And you were actually sort of like elevating Mike's standards, I guess, in terms of life, to be fair. Yeah. I don't know how long she's been in the picture, but lately he has been posting a lot of pictures of her on Instagram. Okay, so I'm not sure if Mike is actually interested in her or not. Okay. Mike and I used to date for 2.5 years and then agreed to become friends, but this year we rekindled a little romantically, but not committed. Okay. 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 So okay, that makes sense why Susie might have basically been able to infiltrate his mind, because if you guys had basically had a bit of a break, that would leave his mind a bit more susceptible because he cares what she thinks, which is why he's allowing her to be able to have this much power over his decision-making process. I still love him and would hope to be together. Let's have a look at his feelings. Let's have a look at his feelings towards you. What are his feelings then towards MZ? Make it clear, guys. Okay. What are his feelings towards MZ? Presently. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, I'm like making some room here to be able to unpack it. Okay. 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 Interesting. Sorry, I'm trying to understand my next question because they're showing me basically his feelings for you. In terms of everything, there's lots going on with the situation. We've got two major arcanas, and we've got like a major arcana at the bottom of the deck, which is the undertone. So it lets me know that there's a lot of big sudden shifts in terms of the dynamics when it comes to his feelings. So he's actually trying to be a little bit more resourceful in terms of the way that he navigates through situations where it may be a little bit like wanting to kind of make better on a situation, right? So it feels like he wasn't able to do the right thing, if you will, first time round. Just in certain aspects where he felt that he could have shown up a little bit better in certain situations, but actually being in the situations actually very unnerving. It's very, very high acute anxiety. There's a lot of things that he sometimes may overthink himself being in the space. And I think these are some of the factors, I guess, that was probably highlighted by Madame Susie, right? To really just sort of like speak about the impracticalities, I guess, of the situation. And I feel like some of those conversations is what really secured like this fogging, like he couldn't necessarily see the long-term vision, right? His third eye, he wasn't able to like fully see the long-term scope of what the potential of the situation could be, and he's kind of trying to be a little bit more open, I guess, mentally, to uh pour from a place that is not so discouraging. But I think he's been discouraged, unfortunately. He's been discouraged. Yeah. Uh, that's why I haven't talked to him or going on his Twitch streams. Yeah. Hopefully he wants to make amends, especially after what happened Tuesday. I'm pretty hurt, to be honest. Yeah, I think so. It seems as though like interesting. I'm gonna play that out first because now you're answering my question. I think I know what my next question is to ask. So guys, because by the looks of it, it seems like Tuesday, right? Let me see. We were just coming out of the Mercury post shadow period. Tuesday was like 2 days before we were completely out of the post shadow period. So okay, he was still navigating through communication demons, for lack of a better way of putting it, right? Susie being that communication demon in your case, okay? The agent that was activated was Susie, and she did her job, okay? Let's have a little look and see how things are going to play out. How do you see things playing out for them moving forward then? Okay. 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 Thank you. How do you see things playing out for them moving forward? Oh, thank you. Thought as much. Okay. Okay. So it's really unexpected. I was also on his Twitch streams Monday and Tuesday too, and it went very well and suddenly got his message. Yeah. Yeah. Because I don't know if Susie's kind of like trying to get him to entertain maybe the idea of them, but she doesn't want him. I'm being like, she doesn't want him per se. If anything, she wants what he can do for her in terms of like attention, which is one of the main reasons as to why she's there. She also likes the fact that he's quite charismatic and charming and stuff like that. She likes being around that kind of energy of his. But Let me ask the cards on that one. Let's see. What are Mike's feelings? Good question, Izzy. What are Mike's feelings towards Susie then? Because I think he's confused as well with her manipulation, which is so funny that she tried to project that trait and quality onto you when that's really her and what she's doing in this space. I'm telling you about these little demons. So crafty they are. Okay, so his feelings. Thank you. Sorry. Sorry. Sometimes I forget that you guys are there watching me as well. I'm not gonna lie to you. She's convinced him. She's convinced him that there may be something potentially romantically. And it's like prior to now, I guess there was an attraction there and there was intrigue. He was curious, right? But then with her just kind of basically now being open, she's not really, because she just doesn't want him to be with anybody, which is just so selfish. Yeah. She's like running this idea that, you know, they may be a better fit together. I think it's because you were really elevating his standards, and somebody like Susie wouldn't even be able to appeal to him, like, had he been able to sort of like take the time to really let himself be where he was with you. So he wants her now, not me anymore. I think she's been able to shift his focus, my love. Because it seems like, in terms of how things are going to be playing out with you guys, there's a third party situation, which means that somebody's actually going to be left feeling lonely and isolated. And based on the variables of the situation, the odds aren't necessarily in your favor, unfortunately. And her thing, Susie's thing, is release the ex. Like, forget her. You guys already had your shot. Didn't work. Let's get to know each other. I think she's actually more sort of interested in what he can do for her than she's interested in him. That's what's so sad about this situation, is that she doesn't actually like really want him per se. She wants what he can do for her. And that's the tragedy with the situation, unfortunately. Sorry, it is so sad because she doesn't really actually want him. Like, right? Oh, Smara, I was just thinking about you. I was wondering if you're still up here. It is sad. It is sad because she doesn't actually really want him even. Like, she has an element of competition. She's just jealous of the fact that obviously he's giving you attention. I think she just likes to have her ego stroked. This is so unfortunate. What's the guidance then for MZ in navigating the situation? Okay. They said to forgive him, but in this state, you can't trust him either, unfortunately. Just in terms of the dynamics, his mind is very fragile. Susie seems to be able to, because of his care of her opinion and what she thinks, it seems to be able to skew his judgment on situations. So they said, forgive him, but he's not in a place where he can even trust his own judgment at the minute, to be fair. And he's being guided for all the wrong reasons, like by somebody that really doesn't have his best interest at heart, unfortunately. They say, okay, can you see if Mike still wants me at all, or is he completely forgot about me? Okay, let's dive into that. Okay. Are there any residual feelings towards MZ? That's okay. That's okay, my love. Are there any residual feelings towards MZ? Thank you. Okay. Okay. All right, we'll put this into perspective for me in terms of the romantic side of things. Okay. Yeah. I think in terms of like his feelings for you, I think he appreciates what you guys kind of shared. But I think right now it seems like he's not necessarily sort of like taking that into consideration when sort of thinking about moving forward. Like, it's just like, yeah, I appreciate that for what we had. I appreciate what we did then. I think he just doubled back and just kind of decided to make a different decision on the conversation that you guys has had. I think for him at the minute as well, the chemistry with you guys at the minute for him is questionable, but that's because he's busy sort of like placing his energy and focus in Susie's little basket, right? So that will naturally cause the energy to be a little bit skewed because he's not actually sort of like present. So his energy scattered. That has nothing to do with you. That is to do with him and his lack of focus more so than anything. Um, but yeah, beautiful. I think he appreciates what you guys had, but I don't know that he wants to basically take any action actually towards building something moving forward. His focus is in this person that is basically trying to maintain his attention at the minute, to be fair. That's okay, beautiful. It's unfortunate because Susie is just a gremlin. I couldn't think of a better word. Susie's just a gremlin. So yeah. I hope that was useful for you though. Yeah. It's all good. It is all good. I'm telling you, right? Like some people, it's just self. Because I'm telling you, she doesn't even actually like really wants Mike in like a long-term relationship type dynamic, but she just doesn't necessarily want him to be taken and occupied by someone else, which is unfortunate for Mike that she's got her claws in. That's okay. Right, guys. Who have we got next on the list? I think we've got So Amazing. Right? So Amazing. If you're still here, you can put your question out there whilst I go and like send over the photos to myself. Seeing as we're kind of like at the halfway mark. Are we at the halfway mark, right? Yeah, So Amazing. Smara, Love More, Ash 13 and K. So if you are here, so amazing, you can put your question out there in the chat whilst I try and get these pics sent over. Sorry, guys. I am waiting for So Amazing's question. And then we've got Smara next. So this is the list. This is where we are, guys, just so that there's no confusion. Okay, and where is my Gmail? Okay. Let's see where we are with the questions. No questions, guys? Oh, you guys might still be typing, right? My bad. Sorry. Sorry. Sorry, I'm trying to like figure out where to be able to place the picture. I don't know if I can. Okay. Oh, I can't paste it, guys. I'll probably have to do a quick little video. Oh, Smara. Do you want to put your question out there until So Amazing gets back? I don't know if So Amazing's also sort of typing their question out. I think it was a while ago that I saw them just before MZ popped into the room as well. Yeah, 12:19. That was like 30 minutes ago, let's say. Yeah. Yes, yeah. Sorry, So Amazing. You can still sort of like pop your question in. There we go. There we go. So amazing. Okay. All right. Don't worry, ladies. Smara, I got you, girl. I'm going to saw your question. Going to come back to you. So amazing. I'm going to run through it quickly for you as well, because I know that you were waiting as well. Okay. It was funny, right? Because just as I was about to like read for your question, Smara, it was like my guides were like, yeah, hold that thought. No. This was actually the dynamic of you guys's question. Whereabouts are you based? So amazing. Is it still daytime? Because it's definitely nighttime for Smara. So I was like trying to get to her, but the guys were like, yeah, hold that thought. Hold that thought. Because I don't actually know, I guess. I know that Smara's based. Oh, dang. Okay. It's okay. Okay. It's all good. I got y'all both. We'll wrap this up, okay, in a good like 15 minutes. Okay? That's how we're gonna have to work through this today. Okay. Right. So amazing. Let's dive into your question. Then we'll come back to Smara real quickly. And then, yeah, we've got Love Mar, Ash 13, and Kay closing out the space. And hey, Ash, nice to see you still here with us as well. That part, right? Okay. No worries, so amazing. Your guys already said when I was about to read for Smara, they were like, hold that thought. We're getting our human ready. Sending her in. So we're good. It's all good. Okay. What are Jamshir's current feelings towards So Amazing? Let's start there. Okay. What are her feelings towards So Amazing? Yeah, So Amazing. Your guides were like, yeah. Not on my watch. That was funny. Okay, interesting. Interesting. Okay. A lot going on here, my love. 4 major arcanas plus a major arcana as the undertone of these scenes at the bottom of the deck. So this is very, very interesting. Bear with me. I'm gonna put it into context for me, guys. In terms of romance, what does that look like pertaining to So Amazing? Thank you. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Third party situation. Sorry, I have to answer the question so I can put this all into context for you, but they're sort of showing me the present dynamics that you're kind of navigating through has some sort of third party situation where there's a dynamic, where there's a lack of closure. Okay. So it's interesting because it's almost like they're on a path essentially where it's kind of like, is this situation worth waiting for? And that's generally the undertone. That's the whole undertone of this theme that you guys seem to be navigating through romantically, right? Because we've got the temperance, which is all about patience at the bottom of the deck, which I guess God's kind of like, testing to see how much patience I guess you guys actually would be able to exercise in the dynamic. But it seems like, yeah, it's interesting. They're still questioning. That's their feeling. They're still questioning whether or not it's actually worth waiting for. Question to you then, is the third party the relationship basically with a lack of closure? That okay, thank you for clarifying. There you go, we were on the same page because I need to clarify all of this here so I can fully put this into context. He has a wife, but he says he has loved me deeply. Yeah, I think that's why I wanted to sort of like get it into context because it seems like at the time, essentially, right, when he got involved with you, they were navigating through some serious, serious challenges. They had, a whole son and wheel of fortune, wheel of misfortune involved. Okay. So he was essentially navigating like through some depression at that time in the relationship. feeling like he was taken for granted, not really appreciated, not really sure, basically, of his position, aware of his role, but not really sure of his position in terms of the relationship dynamic. And I think, obviously, that's what inspired Rim, I guess, for you. It seems like, for the most part, moving forward with the situation, he's going to be trying to sort of like um there's an overinvestment when it comes to like work-life balance. So it's going to be one of those situations where, I don't know, it feels like he might even be utilizing work potentially as an excuse to be able to engage with spending time with you. He might be utilizing that as an excuse at home, because it seems like he's actually wanting to invest himself in the dynamics and the situation with you, to be honest. He disclosed about his marriage after a long, long time of our relationship. Okay. That makes sense. Yeah. Because I think at the time when he actually did get involved with you, they were going through some stuff. And I think he thought that they were going into a different direction with the relationship, but I think that they were able to actually salvage things, because things weren't completely finished, even though it was like halted, basically. They were experiencing some stagnancy, which is when the universe introduced you into the mix of everything. Oh, thank you, beautiful. I appreciate you. So with the situation, right, his feelings towards you is really just kind of like, it feels like a biding time type situation, I guess. It's kind of like how he's treating the situation. Let's have a look at his thoughts. Let's go and dive into that realm of his little existence, right? Jamshir, let's have a look. What are his thoughts towards So Amazing? Okay. What are his thoughts towards So Amazing? Thank you. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Talk to me about it. Put it into perspective for me. Okay. Okay. Thought as much, but I wanted to get it clarified. Like, okay. Put it into context. Oh, chill out. Put it into context. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, it's exactly as you said, yeah. Okay, so can you shed light on his feelings for me, hun? We used to connect online. So this is the dynamics when it comes to like this is why I wanted to go into his thoughts, because that's really going to give me an understanding of what his feelings are. With the dynamics in terms of his feelings on the situation, his feelings, if I'm honest with you, is generally quite self. When he made the decision to involve you in the process, he was having a selfish moment. Things weren't necessarily working out in terms of their space. He wasn't necessarily like wanting to recover at the time, but I think that there were other factors to the situation, as far as the family to consider. So that's why he had to kind of, I guess, reevaluate in that space and figure out what he was going to be doing in that dynamic. Um, but, and however, in terms of his thought process on the situation, I think he's being very perceptive as to what he can and cannot offer you. He's being very realistic in terms of, okay, and I'm saying being very realistic in terms of what he can and cannot offer you. And I'm going to tell you what I mean by that. He says just about enough to be able to, I guess, let you feel special, right? He says just about enough to make you feel special. However, he's not in a place where he can actually action a lot of the things that he's put across, I guess. And I think he's kind of he's aware that there's only so much that he can do in the situation when it comes to you, because he has to continue to navigate through his obligations. Like, that's his focus, being able to navigate through his obligations. He likes you, there's feelings there, but I think, if I'm honest with you, he would be open to stringing you along, for as long as he can. I'm just gonna be completely honest with you with the situation. When it comes to like this whole worth waiting for, he hasn't actually even made that decision if it's something that's worth waiting for, which means he hasn't actually committed to it. So it's still something. Okay, okay. That makes a little bit of a difference in terms of the dynamics. That makes a little bit of a difference in terms of the dynamics in that case. That's probably why he hasn't made a decision to commit, because you're not necessarily like in the picture, and it would be like a self thing. I will say this to you, but he keeps coming back again and again. Well, this is the thing, because when he did kind of start the process with you, he wasn't sure where his marriage was going to be, right? And I think obviously once he did sort of like start to get involved with you, naturally your relationship had to go through a testing, and that situation was able to mend itself again. It was a little rough patch for a while they were navigating through, but he wasn't necessarily doing enough to make it work, and he checked out, both of them really, but he did his part in checking out, and in doing that, I think that that is really ultimately why he's just not able to do certain things, because I think I'm going to be honest with you, even if you were to sort of like go into the space, he's very aware of the fact that there isn't really much, I guess, that he can offer you, in terms of the situation. Would he be willing to lie? Yes. If it meant that he would have you where he wants you, I'm just going to be honest with you. Would he be willing to tell you what he thinks that you want to hear, just so that he can continue to make, like, for him, this is a place where he feels like he can basically, or felt like he could basically have a voice and an opinion, and it's not just about him having to come and basically like be your strength. Basically, you were pretty much there as a shoulder for him in certain instances, and he appreciated that. I think obviously it's just something, I guess, maybe that they're lacking in the marriage at the minute, because it's just a hard work, I guess, and the team is falling short internally. But yeah, I don't actually think that he'll be able to give you what it is that you want in terms of a relationship just because of the dynamics that he's navigating through, but he is willing to say what he needs to in order to get the peace that you provide him. And that's just me being honest with you. Okay. What would you guys advise our girl to do? Sorry, I'm going to sort of like have some guidance from the Work Your Light deck first before I go into the angelic guidance. Just to see how they would recommend handling the situation. Okay, this is about aligning your life. Okay, values and belief systems. Is there love on his part still? I think so. I wouldn't necessarily call it love. It's something very close and abstract. I find it to be a little bit more codependent than anything. I wouldn't necessarily call it love just yet. It's still very, very premature. Yeah, and I have to say premature because of his immature ways in terms of the way that he handled just the dynamic in transitioning from that situation. So it's still premature. I wouldn't call it love, but it's very deep infatuation with a hint of codependency. Yeah, that's just me being completely honest about the forecast on that situation. Okay. The advice, I guess, in terms of how to navigate the situation and working your best efforts in this situation is like I was saying before, because this is the card that came up as the undertone. This is about aligning your life, aligning your core values with your belief systems, and aligning set actions to execute that. And I think obviously that is why I guess you definitively sort of like said no initially, but I do understand the persistence can sometimes break down some of those walls. But honestly, I think that this situation, yeah, I would say that you could spare yourself wasted time with this situation. If I'm honest with you, you could spare yourself wasted time with this situation. But let's see what the guides say. What is your advice for a girl so amazing in navigating through the situation? Right, okay, thank you. Be assertive. Be assertive is what they're saying when it comes to the situation. Unfortunately, they're saying he can't be trusted. And although this no is almost like being overturned or attempting to be overturned, be assertive is the advice for you on the situation. Okay. I hope that that was useful for you. That part. All right, guys. We have Samara's question up next as well. That's okay, beautiful. Thank you. I appreciate you guys. Yay, Smara, it's your girl, beautiful. Let me go back and find your question. Right? Right, Mina? Oh, I'm telling you, okay. So, I think, let me go to the start questions. Yeah, I've got it right here, okay. So, hey, Kay, good to know that you're still here, okay. Love Ma, are you still here as well? I think I saw Ash at some point recently as well. So let me know if you guys are still here as well, because we'll just be closing out the space with you guys next. Right, Smara, we're finally here, Mama. Oh, that part. Okay, so Can we see Gianni's feelings and thoughts for me this time? Why will we have a come down with the other girl? Okay. 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 Everybody's still here. Love Mars still here. Kay's still here. And who's in between? Ash. Yeah, I did see Ash earlier. I don't know if she's popped out, and she'll probably be popping back in nonetheless. So, okay, cool. Right. Gianni's feelings for our girl Smara. Let's start there. What are Gianni's feelings for our girl Smara? Okay. Damn, it's a whole storybook. Okay. Let me get it together. Okay, that was like that. Thank you. Okay, Smara, we've got a whole little book here. So let's see what's going on. Okay. Interesting. Right? That part is like we've got 13 cards here for you, and it's so interesting because on the undertone we've actually got the Two of Wands, which is all about the planning. So let me just see what they're saying. Let me take it all in firstly. Okay. Okay. I've got a couple of major arcanas out as well. So these feelings. Okay. Okay. That's interesting. So at the minute, I think my next live is going to be probably next Friday night. Because I'm gonna have my nephews on. Yeah, thank you, Mina. Yeah, because I'm gonna have my nephews. I'll probably like grab them Saturday morning and have them just for the one night, so I can make some room for us to be able to do stuff. But that's dependent on how this week goes as well. But I should be good for Friday. Thank you for stopping in there, Mama. I appreciate you. Okay, so what I'm seeing with the dynamic with Gianni is that in terms of the feeling situation, there's still so much going on there, beautiful. One of the factors of the situation was that he was feeling like a little bit dissatisfied with how things kind of like panned out, and the fact that, it felt like things it felt like the universe unmasked him, basically, for lack of a better way of putting it. And I think obviously he felt it was very much an unexpected situation. So I think what he's taking away from that situation is actually learning how to be more stealthy to avoid a breakup, actually. I don't think he's learning how to be a better person. I'm not going to lie. I feel like he's not necessarily taking responsibility. But if anything, he's more figuring out how to be able to get away with it better, basically. He's trying to figure out the code on how to actually get better at doing like the things that he did, because he doesn't necessarily want to change the behavior, to be fair with you. He's just not there yet. but he wants to know how to be able to get away with the behavior better, which I guess is progress. I couldn't even hold a straight face. I guess that's progress. I guess. Listen, maybe eventually he'll get to the place where he feels like, okay, I should be mature in terms of how I, manage people's hearts. So, and the responsibility of being responsible for someone's heart. So I think those are some of the things that he'll have to figure out. But I think, yeah, even for the most part right now, there's a little bit of naivety on his end, in terms of, just kind of where he's at the minute. I think his ego is being stroked and he's basking in all that dynamics at the minute. But for the most part, he's not necessarily thinking about like the long term aspect of the situation and how things may actually be playing out. So I think that those are some of the things that may come back to bite him in the arse, actually, depending on how he navigates this little space that he's navigating through presently. Because I can see that it comes with some pretty big consequences. Like, since that particular situation, the cards following up are major arcanas, which means that that's a shift in his tide. Like, so his naivety is pretty much, it's almost like, again, where he keeps trying to get away with things, the universe is going to be showing him, you're hella naive here, you're hella naive here. And the universe, instead of him actually like becoming a better person, because these things are being highlighted for the actual betterment of like his growth, he's just trying to figure out how to get better at basically being where he's at on his level, because the universe is asking him to elevate a little bit, but he's comfortable where he's at. Hey, official ambassador. But yeah, I think looking at the situation in terms of his feelings, he has Moon and Sag. Okay. Not forever, girl. I think what gets me is the fact that, like, there's always like, as the universe is showing him these things, like when a student, right, is like attentively listening, he's like, I got it. And then he goes back out there and he's doing the same shit all over again. The only difference is he's trying to figure out how to get better at doing it. When the universe was low-key telling him, this probably isn't going to yield the results that you want in any situation. But yeah, I guess he wants to see what he can get away with, to what degree. So I guess that's his prerogative. Let's have a little look and see, though, what his thought process is towards you. What are his thoughts for our girl Smara? Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Blocked emotions, eh? Oh, you have your Venus in Sag. Interesting. And he has his moon in Sag. Okay, that's interesting. Put it into context for me. Thank you. Okay. Okay. I think in terms of his thought process, there's definitely some blocked emotions, like I mentioned. I think he's at a place where he's more or less looking at the situation where he's kind of determined to maintain these blocked emotions. He doesn't really want to face the situation, doesn't really want to deal with the situation, doesn't really want anything per se in terms of accountability or responsibility to do with the situation. So, that being said, his perception on the situation, as far as like his thought process, is release your ex, you know, let it go, get it out of your system, and I guess keep yourself open to what's ahead. I think that seems to be like his focus. He's just wanting to go forward and get away with this. But I think he might feel a little bit burned that the universe kind of like aired his shit. I think that's probably why he's just like so determined to basically just be emotionally numb to the situation and just kind of like push forward, trying to convince himself that he's somehow, you know, okay. I think there's like this question in a space with you of like whether or not he's a good person in terms of his behavior and mannerisms. And I think he questions himself a lot, just in terms of like the moral values that you guys share and where they differ. So I think this was probably like a hard space for him to be in. I'm not gonna lie, like you actually holding him to standards. Oh my God, who does that? That's how he's making it seem. Like the fact that you hold him to standards is like just so detrimental to like his ego and the way that he feels about himself in navigating through certain situations. So it's quite a trying time. But yeah, I think it's just one of those situations. For the most part, he just wants to get better at being who he is, basically. Why will he have a come down with the other girl? I think it's just one of those things, exactly what I'm putting across here. Like, this is his character. This too, like, this is something that he's basically like, the universe is attempting him to wake up. The universe is attempting to wake him up. There we go. Better language. The universe is actually attempting to wake him up from this like sleep that he seems to be under, where he feels like he's not responsible for certain things. So that situation, he doesn't. He just wants to get better at figuring out how to like navigate his sleep peacefully without being bothered. I'm telling you, he's funny. He is funny. Okay, show me, as far as the come down with the other female, how do you see that playing out? As clearly as you can, please. Thank you. Even that's the whole story. There's so much going on here, girl. We've got cards and cards and cards for days. Okay. Let's see. Okay. 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 It's interesting because, again, they're sort of like putting across, it's one of those things where it's going to be a bit of a waiting game for him. Like, nobody's going to tolerate his bad behavior. I think that that's the thing. Like, they initially sort of like see this as a door to maybe building a connection with someone, but again, they have the same issue. Their sacral chakra is imbalanced and their crown chakra is off. They can't think properly because they're busy thinking with their small head as opposed to their big head, and the two can't agree on what they should do. So here he is in the same situation again, literally. standing at that gate waiting for someone to come to play with him in more ways than one, because he wants to play games. Okay. Nobody wants to tolerate that type of behavior, especially if they're being given the impression that it's going to be something committed and long term. Even if that's not like how he goes into it, that's generally how he plays it off once he's in it. Yeah, nobody's really sort of like wanting to put up with that. So it fizzles. It fizzles as well for exactly the same qualities that the universe keeps showing him isn't serving him, basically. So that's the best way that I can put it to you there, my love. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. He shall be doing the same thing again. So at least he spared you, I guess. The time of sort of like putting it into him. But yeah, he just kind of does the same thing again, trying to figure out how to get better at getting away with it. So you're not missing much there. What's the advice then for our girl Smara in navigating the situation? Okay, they're saying be assertive. Yeah. Put it into context. Thank you. And then what? Okay, my love. Okay. Yeah, they're saying with the situation, there's definitely better ahead in store for you. I think what they were saying is that like by this time next year, you kind of like look back at this situation and you'll be able to sort of like maybe see what you were able to take away from the situation. But for right now, they're saying that like you just kind of need to be assertive with the decision that you've made, because he is kind of where he's at in his own personal growth and development. At first, he showed up as more mature. Yeah, that was the representative girl. That's the person that he wants to have people believe he is. But then his true self comes out, and then that guy is really a lot more calculated than even he realizes, because he trips himself up, actually, because the maths is off. I couldn't help myself. But no, he does trip himself up because his maths is off. His logic is a little bit warped, essentially. So, yeah, guys, that is it. I hope that that was useful for you, though, Smara. I hope that that was worth waiting for as well, girl. Okay. More importantly, actually. Yes, I am actually going to nip to the loo quickly. After I finish packing up, because they had so much to say about Gianni and his little feelings. That's okay, beautiful. Thank you. Thanks for your question, Love Mo. Hold that thought right there. I'm going to nip to the loo quickly. And then can come back and wrap up the final 3, which is pretty good. Not bad timing. Okay. Have a sip. Bear with me, guys. My mum tells me to look at my feet when I walk all the time. Good night, Smara. Sweet travels. I'll be joining you soon. Give me about an hour or so. Okay. Right. We have Lovemar next on the list. Oh, is Lovemar not here? I see the list has been updated. Lovemar. Did they go? I don't even want to say it, but I agree. Oh no, Lovemar did put their question out. Yeah, they did. Okay, and I started. My bad. Sorry, y'all. Okay, so I know, Mina, that I was late to the game. I even started and everything. Hey, Alma. Unfortunately, the free list is closed, my love. We're actually sort of wrapping up the final 2 on the free list now. Donation list is open. But yes, welcome to the channel, as Mina said. Okay, so we're gonna dive into that. Oh, hey, Ali. Didn't realize you were still here, girl. If Ian comes back, will he be a good partner for me? Should I give him a chance? Okay, let's have a look and see. Firstly, let's have a look and see if he's likely to come back, because then I think the giving him a chance would basically tie into that as well. Sorry, Alma. Like we usually have like I read, like read. So it takes a little bit of a process. So we have a listing process. But tune in next week. I'm going to be live next week. So if you haven't already gotten your question answered by then, feel free to tune in. Okay. Let's dive into it. I know, I see you. It is very detailed. Oh, it's unfortunately locked in, Lakia. We're locked in. Everyone was actually here for their readings. Kay, I'm assuming is probably still in the chat. Ash is waiting to come in on live. So yeah, that's kind of where we are at the minute. Yeah. Yeah, sorry guys. Diving into it, firstly, let me see about the situation with Ian and Lovemore. How do you see things playing out for them moving forward? Okay. How do you see things playing out with Ian and Lovemore moving forward? Thank you. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Put that into context for me then. Because it seems like two different processes. Okay. Okay. So from what I'm seeing on the cards, it seems like it's a very strange situation with Ian, right? I think he's not necessarily too sure whether or not this is something that he wants to kind of like pursue. I think he's at a place where he has his own dissatisfaction with the situation as well, in terms of just how things had kind of like played out with you guys. I want to say for like how long were you guys sort of like in the space together? Because they're showing me the final like 3 months of the space for you guys had been very tight and it was very tension fueled. So let me know like how long were you guys sort of like getting to know each other, so I can understand that and put it into context. So show me, guys. Do you see him making the conscious choice to come back into the space? That question was for you, Lovemore. As far as what was the question that I put out there? Sorry, because I'm like holding the channel for the question that I've got for the cards. Bear with me. Okay, not the right time. Okay. Yeah, I don't know that he's going to be coming back into the space anytime soon. Dating for 6 months. Okay. Yeah. Felt like halfway through the process of that, there was something that really kind of like shifted, but ended 2 months ago for good. Okay, so I understand why they said the last 3 months then. Okay. Yeah, things kind of, I mean, no talking. Oh, wow. Yeah. I don't know that there's much that's going to shift in terms of that dynamic. It seems like there was a few things that they weren't necessarily happy with in terms of the dynamics with you. I feel like they didn't necessarily take the time to speak on some of these things. Maybe they could have been mendable, but they didn't necessarily give you guys the opportunity to be able to figure this out. So at the minute, I guess it's one of those situations. It's not a question of should you give him a chance. It's more likely that he doesn't have a desire to sort of like re-engage, to be honest with you. Yeah. 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 I don't think he's coming back into the space to sort of like recommit. I think he's kind of liberated by the experience, if I'm honest. So yeah, I don't necessarily see him coming back into the space. What is the advice then for love more? Sorry, my love. I'm sorry that I didn't have better news for you on the situation. What is the advice for love more in navigating the space with Ian? Yeah, they're saying that this is a situation that's going to be continued over the course of the next few months as well. It's still going to feel like a pretty strong, resistant no to this being like a romantic situation. So I guess it's more a case of acceptance with the circumstances that you guys are sort of like navigating through, to be honest. Yeah, they're saying there's not going to be much reconsiderations to the situation, unfortunately. Sorry, my love. I wish I had better news for you, but it's unfortunate. That's why I said to you, I wanted to sort of maybe even understand if they're likely to sort of come back and start from there, because then the other questions is basically they will be determined pretty much dependent on whether or not he's actually likely to come back. And it doesn't seem that he's likely to recourse this situation, I'm afraid. Okay. But yeah, I hope that that was useful for you. I mean, it saves you time, I guess, procrastinating on it. I don't know if that helps, but yeah. Sorry. Okay. That was actually fairly quick in comparison. But I'm gonna pop the link out. Yeah, it is sad. It is sad. But I think we needed to start at that point to really sort of like get an understanding. I think that there was just things that he wasn't necessarily happy with as well. So I think he's just not really. I think they didn't necessarily advise against it, but I think it's one of those things where you're going to find that it probably, with you still having like an emotional attachment, you'll probably find it to be very aggravating for you from time to time, to be honest. It's quite a triggering environment for you to sort of like be in. Yeah. So I think you kind of need to, I guess, even if you do decide to go into this space, you have to be willing to go into the space like open to like seeing what comes from the situation. Because if you force anything in the space, it's just going to backfire and blow up in your face, to be honest with you. That's just me being honest, because the energy is very tight and combative. It's not like a open flow, if you will. So yeah, just be mindful, okay, of where you place your energy and how. Thank you for your question as well. Okay, I am going to put the invite link out for Ash, and then I will come back to your question, Kay. Okay. Okay. There you go, Ash. I've popped the live out. And then we've got Kay. Okay, so we want a general read for Ash. Okay, cool. Sorry, I'm just scrolling up the chat. You asked for the thingy, right, Ash? The link. Yeah. Hold on. Yeah, I'm sure you asked for the link. I've popped it in the chat. Ah, there we go. I will pop it back up, and I've got Kay's question saved as well. So I'm going to dive straight into that afterwards. We're going to add our girl Ash to the chat. Hey, Mama.
Hi.
Hey, beautiful.
Hello, everyone.
Oh, the cards have already gone. Okay.
How are you?
I am good, beautiful. I'm going to grab the cards. Bear with me.
Okay.
I
So
just
before
dropped
you
this.
start, I just wanted to mention something. It doesn't
Okay.
have to do with my question. It's just something that happened. So remember, I told you that I got a job for a few days to work at one of the top cosmetic stores
Yeah.
in my country. So
Yeah.
we actually won for most sales. We won a yacht
Oh.
ride down the islands for like 5 hours actually. So it
Okay.
was me, um, the manager, and she hired her sister-in-law as
Yeah.
well to work, right? So it
Yeah.
was three of us who worked together and we won this trip. Now we could carry overall amount of people who
Mm-hmm.
could go is 25.
Okay.
So the thing is, the manager um decided that she's going to celebrate her wedding anniversary on the cruise, right? She's going to use it
Okay.
as a reason to
Okay.
celebrate her anniversary. So
Okay.
me and the other girl were under the impression that we could see, now we help win the trip, right? We work
Mm-hmm.
together as a team. We could bring somebody. Apparently she told us no. We're not allowed to bring anybody. And she's the only one who can invite who she wants on the trip. So I was like,
Okay.
no. So yeah.
Okay.
So
So she's gonna basically use up the 25 people as her guests for her anniversary party.
yeah, yeah. hmm And well, her sister-in-law
Okay.
was under the impression that
Mm-hmm.
she will get to invite her husband to come along now. I mean, after all, that is her sister-in-law. She was
Yeah.
like, no, you can't.
So
No.
okay.
So now, her sister-in-law was like, she not going. I only really her sister-in-law, basically. What I could line with, basically. And yeah,
Yeah.
I don't even know what to do for this trip. But I mean, to me, I find this was really selfish because I mean, it's not just
Definitely.
her who won the trip. We helped her win it, right? But she
Hmm.
making it look like it's she who did everything and she deserve it. And I'm like, and she messaged me to say, the trip is next month and space is limited, so she needs an answer whether or not I'm going or not ASAP. And I'm like, what now? I was like, well, what? What? For spite, I said yes because I'm
Yeah.
like, I, I don't know what to do. I was like, yes, because I
Hmm.
really don't want to give up my spot too now.
No, and you shouldn't. You shouldn't,
I,
because this is just a devil playing in your face. But yeah,
yeah,
no.
I said yes. And then she messaged back and she was like, well, here's the thing. I'm going to hire Maxi to carry us there, so you'll have to pay to go. And also, I'll let you know what's on the menu that you could bring because we have to carry our own foods and drinks. So I'm like, huh, interesting.
She's fully manifesting a free anniversary. Like, get down.
Yes, but over the other workers who helped her get there though. That's the thing.
She's funny.
We all helped her get to win this because I invited my friends, my family to come buy stuff. They didn't have to come there. They could have
Mm-hmm.
gone in the other branches to buy, but they
Mm-hmm.
came there. You know, we helped her sell.
Yeah.
I oversell stuff to people too. You know,
Yeah. Yeah.
and
This is
she
the funny
doesn't
shit
see
that
it
I'm
that
talking
way
about that
though.
God's doing at the minute. It's not funny, but he thinks this shit's funny. But it's not funny.
Yeah,
She's
it is not
obviously,
funny, but it's selfish. It is really selfish.
yeah,
Just
selfish.
imagine she was sister-in-law, her husband's sister.
Yeah.
Couldn't even bring she husband. That is so unfair. Basically, it's really her family who's going, eh? Her sister, her brother, her mother, and boyfriend. Yeah, she might have a boyfriend. Yeah, all she grandson, all her family is going on this yacht cruise. And yet none of them came to buy anything for the sale or
Yeah.
anything or help out. That's the thing though, but yet they're going in this trip. I'm like, okay.
What I would say to you in the instance with this situation, because clearly this is like the devil sort of like testing you to pretty much kind of like run away from your own blessing. Now, this is an experience that you get to have outside of her and whatever it is that she's creating. Um, Take a minute to humor her within your own boundaries. If you feel like she's asking something that you just cannot deliver, make it very clear to her that that's just not something that you're prepared to do. That's not something you're prepared for. However, um, try not to let her selfishness and like she literally just made this whole situation about herself, but it's okay. God's gonna let her have this minute. She's gonna have to pay for it later on, right? Because she's showing her colors in this instance and in this situation. It's going to aggravate a few people. She's going to have to pay for that karma later down the line. So let her earn her own karma as she's navigating this space. Stand firm on your boundaries in the situation where you need to. Don't let her little gremlin make you miss out on your opportunity and your blessings here. But yeah, take your time with it because she's definitely going to continue to aggravate you. No lie. No lie.
Yeah, I'm aware of it. I didn't realize her true
Yeah.
colors until I started to work with her, and I'm like, huh, interesting. Now it explains why she was begging us to work with her because she couldn't get none of the other people who she worked with before to work with her. Even her co-worker did not want to work with her.
Well, there you go. This is her inevitable karma. This is a new cycle of her next victims, i.e., yourself and everybody else that's now on her set list of having to be forced to work with her. After this cycle is over, so too will the relationship and dynamics between you guys, because that seems to be her pattern. So enjoy the little, fruits of your labor as you kind of navigate through this cycle with her, because this just seems to be the way that she operates, unfortunately, in her relationships with her colleague dynamics. And at least for yourself, you get to be able to sort of like enjoy. It's unfortunate that you guys aren't able to sort of like bring your guests and have a whole vibe for yourselves as well, considering that you guys were the ones that actually put the hard work in. But trust me, she's gonna have to pay for that. Even in another situation, the fact that she just basically hijacked this whole situation, she's gonna have to pay for that. Leave that one to God. That's between her and God to negotiate what her punishment shall be on that one. But listen, karma has a way of just coming when you least expect it. So all this effort that she might be putting in, shit, this might be God's joke on her, actually, to have everything just come discombobulated. So keep us posted and let us know how that goes. Dive
I
into your
will.
question. Because I have a feeling she's gonna meet her own resistances, because she's aggravating so many people. There'll be so many spiritual forces moving for these people's behalves that she'll actually probably have a really warm time trying to get all of this little plan that she's got coming together. She's funny. I know it's not funny for you, obviously, being in the situation, but this is the little scenes that I'm talking about where God thinks this shit's funny, and I'm like, bruh, it's not funny, actually. I know there's supposed to be some humor in there, but it's just not. Okay. Let's do a general for our girl Ash. Okay. What do you guys feel like she needs to know right now? Okay. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Interesting. They're saying, in terms of, okay. They said that the disappointments that you're navigating through with some of the stuff that you're having to weigh up is actually causing a little bit of indecision. This is what we were talking about with this situation, even with her. Sometimes, right, like when you're getting your blessings, there'll be other people, unfortunately, because their spirit is very selfish, who will try and hijack other people's blessings. But I guess they're sort of like saying at the minute, like with you being a little bit indecisive, you have to be cognizant. Try not to make hasty decisions during this climate, because you might find that you are in a position where you kind of like miss an opportunity, and there'll be even more to be disappointed about as well. They're also saying, with the situations that you're kind of like navigating through, because I can see there's like, during the climate of, I guess, between now and November, there's like 4 given different situations. Not just with this individual, but just situations that may come up in terms of the career situation. 3 of them being in the career class, 1 being in the romance class between now and November. And those things as well will have like psycholatry moments of indecision, where you're going to have to kind of like be definitive in terms of how you're navigating the space. I think this is probably like really sort of like the universe asking you to firm your boundaries, like clearly identify and articulate where your boundaries are with certain situations. And I guess you're going to be sort of like there's going to be different people basically utilized as catalysts to mirror this back to you to say, okay, well, what do you want to do in this situation, or what do you want to do in that situation? It's going to be interesting between now and November for you. November 8th, to be precise, I guess, this little cycle or journey that you're navigating through. Show me. How do you guys sort of like see things unfolding then, moving forward for our girl Ash? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Oh, girl, we got 3 major arcanas here. Okay, interesting. Okay. Sorry, I'm gonna clarify something. Because we have the Fool, the Temperance, and we also have the Death card out here. So I want to put some things into perspective for you in terms of how that timeline is going to be playing out. Make it very clear, please. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so in terms of just how the next couple of months, essentially, would you call it a couple of months? No, it's like 5 weeks, right? It's about 5 weeks in terms of how like the next 5 weeks, because that's the timeline that they were sort of like giving, is going to be playing out for you. It's almost like the progress that you'll be making is going to be sort of taking another level up, basically, is probably the best way that I can put it. It's going to be taking another level up, and it's going to be very intentional on your part, I guess. It's interesting because there's like these 3 different things, these 3 different disappointments, for lack of a better way of putting it, like I said, that you'll navigate through in the work situation, and there's another in the romance class. But it's almost like as you kind of like navigate through those 3 situations, you get to a place where you can actually sort of achieve some of the goals that you want in these places. I think the pushback that you're getting from this person's actually going to push you in the right direction, to be fair with you. And I think that there's some sort of pivot that may be sort of like coming within the career situation. I want to say around about the 9th of November, because it seems like that cycle ends around about the 8th, and then the new cycle of stuff develops or starts to develop around about the 9th of November. So I think right here, they're pretty much just kind of like saying, you know, this season that you're navigating through, this is just to really clarify any areas where there's any distortion or any indecision that may still be like questionable, basically. You'll navigate through those, and then on the other side of it, there'll be some rewards in store for you in terms of the dynamics that you're navigating through. There'll definitely be progress that will bring a really big, significant transformation, where you'll be able to see, like, okay, I was able to achieve what I wanted to with the situation. When's the trip as well for you guys? When's her anniversary due?
It's on October 22nd. It's a
Okay.
Sunday, actually.
Okay. Yeah, I think even leading up to that, you'll probably sort of like find some situations, but there's a little bit of a shift after that takes place, basically. I want to say, sort of like on the come down of the month, there'll be some stuff that will start to come up. And then there's a little bit of a shift and pivot that happens like around about the 8th or 9th of November. So, yeah, keep me posted, I guess, on that. Because it seems like people are basically going to be testing you, Ash girl. Okay, so third chakra is going to be, it is going to be tested. Your throat chakra. Let's see, what's the guidance, guys, for our girl Ash?
I just had to
Oh,
do Queen of Swords on them. Cut them
huh?
off. I said I just had to turn into the Queen of Swords and just cut people out. Left, right, and center. I'd be like, you cut.
Girl, you'll be both. Okay, I have no time. I have no time. Life is too short. I'm so busy trying to figure out how to life. I just don't have time. So I get you 100% on that. They're saying that the advice for you is to kind of like make some reconsiderations within the next few weeks. I think that those are some of the things that you're going to be guided to do, and you'll be made clear on where you need to make certain decisions. I don't know, I guess, how well there may be some conflict basically ahead, I think is what they're trying to prepare you for. Definitely some tension ahead. I want to say towards the end of next month. So yeah, I don't want to make any suggestive thoughts or whatever, but I just want you to be aware, so that you can sort of like prepare for the unexpected basically. But yeah, they're saying just sort of like make some necessary reconsiderations over the course of the next couple of weeks. And you'll see exactly where you need to as well. Yeah.
I know, right?
I hope that that
Oh,
was
I got
useful.
blocked again.
Oh, did you get blocked? Aquarius? Is it
No,
Aquarius?
Leo, the
Leo.
wrong Leo.
Okay, Leo. There
Yeah,
we go.
I tried.
Oh,
He
Aquarius is
came
the X.
over. He
Yeah.
actually came over last week, Friday, and
Mm-hmm.
I did not see him for his birthday, so I had like a little mini birthday surprise thing. He was shocked. Uh,
Yeah.
Everything was well until the actual getting together part. That had a
Yeah.
little issue, and I got blocked that same night, apparently.
Oh, snap.
What? I know,
Oh.
right? And I
Oh.
think the way he was, no, because he hasn't been here for like about 2 months, right? So
Yeah.
when he came now, he was looking at my room and he was seeing like I had some new stuff and he was looking at, I don't know what made him ask, and he was like, "So you're getting a lot of work." So I was thinking he was talking about chores or something. So I'm like, because I was cleaning up my room actually too.
Hmm.
And I was like, "No, I mean, yeah, I have, you know, I have a lot of chores to do." He's like, "No, no, no, I was talking about work wise." I'm like, "No, not really." And then it's the look that he gave me, and I don't know. I just got the vibes that he think that I probably seen other people and getting stuff from other people. I don't know why, but I just got that vibe from him. I'm like,
Yeah.
okay.
And I
Uh,
would say that that vibe was probably accurate. But
yeah,
that's
because I
that's
got that, I pick up that vibe so strong though. I'm like, I think, and the thing is, I left my phone right on the open
yeah,
and I went to bed, right? So
yeah,
he had access to my phone. I have no lock on it, which I don't have anything to hide. So even if he tried to go through my phone, there's nothing really that he would see. But I don't
yeah,
know. I have no idea. I just got blocked. He has not unblocked me. Normally he's take like 5 days. Well, it's been more than 5 days. But yeah,
yeah.
still blocked. So I've
Okay.
decided to switch up and block him back too. So if in case he does unblock me, he'll see that he got blocked too. So
Okay, so this is the one. This is the one thing in romance class. Thank you. I guess this has already started to you know, play itself out. The one thing in romance class. Um, okay. I think obviously he did get a little bit concerned. Um, and think obviously he was asking the question to be able to like justify those fears pretty much, where are all these nice things coming from? Like, have you got more work type thing? Because then that probably would have made
Yeah, I
him.
remember a few weeks before that, he saw
Mhm.
me hugging a man in the tongue, remember? He was like, I saw you today. You were hugging up a man. I was like, well, no, no. You really think it? You probably did with other people. And then
Honestly,
and
that's
then
his
his
own
friend,
insecurity.
sorry, his neighbor slash coworker, ex-coworker,
Yeah,
keeps
yeah,
messaging me, right? But I
yeah.
realize that he's trying to put me against the Leo, right?
Okay,
And
okay.
he told me, he said, did the Leo tell you that he pretended to be a Venezuelan woman and he made me send him nudes and he took the nudes and apparently the Leo sent all those nudes to everybody.
Yeah,
Everybody. Be it his friends, be it his workers, be it his boss, everybody. So I'm like, I did not know about the nudes. I knew about the voice note because he did play it for me to hear. So I know
yeah,
about the voice note, but I didn't know about the nudes, right?
yeah,
And he's like, yeah, that's the kind of person he deals with, and he wants to get back at the Leo. So he's trying to get with me to make the Leo jealous. But I'm like, I'm not interested in you though. That's
yeah,
the thing. He's not my type. But he keeps messaging, and then he's like, you know what? He's just using you. He don't want you. One of these days, he gonna message you and tell you he don't want to be with you anymore, and then the joke will be on you, and you need to find somebody like me who could be with you. And I was like, what? No.
But you don't want me either. You're just here for like your ego trip because you're trying to get back at Leo. Boy, bye.
Exactly. Exactly. And then I don't know what made me remember. I told you that I had a secret admirer, but I didn't know who it
Yeah,
was. I
yeah,
don't know what made me
yeah.
ask the neighbor that now. I said by chance because I had a screenshot of the picture and I had the number screenshot. So when I
Hmm.
sent it to him now, I don't know the person, but I know the number. I'm like,
Hmm.
okay, so who number it is? And he's like, that is the Leo's next number. Actually, that was his number. He changed before he get a new number. I'm like, huh, interesting. So it was my Leo pretending to be somebody else and messaging me to see how I react. But luckily, when he pretended to be somebody else, my and he was asking like if I with anybody and thing. I'm like, yeah, what now? I'm a single mother. I have 6 children for 6 different men.
That is a good one. I shall be using
And
that
he
next time.
and he's like, what? I was like, yeah, they all have different daddies. So don't be coming around me.
Oh, that is so funny. Listen, I'm sure that made him back up a little bit, but he also must have been really confused because obviously he's the creepy neighbor next door that's just aware, I guess. He knows you don't have 6 kids by 6 different men, so.
Yeah, yeah. I know he doesn't know, but as at the time I didn't know it was
No, I
him.
know.
I really didn't know
I know.
it was my Leo. I thought it was some stranger or something, but I had a feeling. I mean, when it
Yeah.
now started, my mind did run on him because I mean, for the person to know my room color and stuff like that, I said no, it had to be somebody who has been in my room
Yeah.
recently,
But,
right? Who would know these things, right? But
yeah.
then after he started to say some other things, I'm like, okay, I don't think it would be him. It's kind of like
Yeah, he threw you off a little bit.
thinking, who would it be? Yeah, he can't trim
Mm.
off because I mean, I was catching on to him, and then
Hmm. Exactly
anyhow.
that. That's what I was about to say. That was precisely that was probably why he like threw a spanner in the works and was just like, let me throw her off a little bit. But that's interesting. Um, I'm assuming no attraction there, right? With
Yeah.
Mr. Neighbor, because
No,
that's
no,
probably why he had
I
to
do not
present
like.
himself.
I do not like his neighbor. It's just that his neighbor keeps messaging me and it's
Mm,
kind of like insulting me because I'm not showing him interest, and I'm not going to because I'm not interested in his neighbor. His neighbor is not my type. I don't like
yeah,
him like that. And he's like,
yeah,
so we are friends. I'm like, you know what? We could be friends, but you're more like my acquaintance because I don't know you that well. So
yeah, yeah,
I just
yeah.
yeah.
I hear you. I hear
And
you.
he's like, oh, why you don't want to be with me? Because I don't have a car, because I don't have whatever, whatever. He was like, because you don't find me attractive. I'm like, because I just not attracted to you. End of story.
That's just what it is. It's not even anything personal. God just didn't make you my type.
Yeah, but now it's
Take it up
like
with God.
he,
Shit.
he keeps messaging and throwing out these insults, and I'm at
Yeah.
the verge of just blocking him as well with the Leo. I already blocked the Leo, just waiting to block this one. I'm like,
Well, he might just be getting added to the blocked queue during this season because I see that you're actually sort of like being very definitive about your boundaries this season. That's literally what this season's about for you. And once you kind of like clean that shit up, then you set your new patterns moving forward, like post November, basically. So they could get it. Shit.
yeah, I reach a point. No, this is true because I actually reach a point where I'm like, I can't
Yeah.
take nonsense from people anymore. I ready to block people. Anybody come through, I block them. For real. Like, block, block. I even responding. That time I just block. Like respond, step on, and block. I
You
don't
need to
have the
cut
patience.
it.
Seriously. I
No,
mean,
I
for
hear you.
adults, they get to know
Yeah.
ridiculous. Seriously. I thought you would
No,
be
and
more
I get you.
mature one. I mean, I
Yeah, well,
understand the Leo. He's like real young, but for adult people to be acting childish, no, I did. Oh, good.
girl, I don't know what they're making in the water these days, but people are regressing. Okay.
And
People are regressing. So it's
oh, I
unfortunate,
did see
but a
the
lot of
Aquarius.
people,
Side note, I did see the
huh?
Aquarius. I did see the Aquarius. He
Yeah, that's the ex,
yeah, but it
right?
was just brief. No, I was walking. Actually, he lives opposite my brother's house now. His mom lives
Mm,
opposite my brother's house, and he came home to visit, and he was talking to my brother.
yeah,
And I was passing the same time. So obviously he get to simmer, but I pretended like he didn't even exist, so I just walking inside.
that part. Oh, that
So
probably
he
cut his
probably
little
thinking, well,
heartstring.
okay.
Huh?
I say he probably thinking, well, what? She didn't even say hi, nothing. She just passed me like an exam.
Bruised his little ego. Bruised his little ego. The sort of running home with his tail between his legs. Oh, yes. Yeah. Yeah. I'm sure he probably like regressed after that experience as well. Because that seems to be a lot of what's going on. People get triggered and then they just get more immature. Unfortunately.
And which I don't have time for anymore. I
Unfortunately.
ready to block, as I said. I
You
just block.
know.
I sorry for anybody who just try to cross me and just be block, 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 block.
Yeah. No, I
Block and
it's
unfriend. And unfriend
it's
too. Unfriend, unfriend, unfriend.
his boundary season. So there's a lot of it sort of like going on. Sort of especially because we're closing out the end of 2023 as well. Whoever isn't coming into 2024 was we're starting to like zip up the suitcases to kind of like leave the room. And whoever isn't necessarily coming to 2024 is being left in the room as well,
And
unfortunately. So
yeah,
yeah.
their loss, not mine. I'm
Mm,
amazing. I
that
I
part,
hype up myself. I am amazing. If
that
they
part,
don't see that, well, their loss. And
that
you know when
part,
they'll see it is when I leave. Then they will know what they had, and then they just keep running back.
that
Every
part.
single one
Yeah.
of them, I noticed that. I'm like, oh well, it's too late. I don't have those feelings anymore. Their loss.
Wow, that part. God already updated me. I'm sorry. I don't like you no more.
And but you know what I don't understand though? I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, I understand that we do love people and we do care about them and we have
Yeah.
lessons to learn, but I
Yeah.
notice a lot of people still stuck on or still have hope of being with somebody they have been with for like 10 years or more, or 7 years or so. And I'm like,
Yeah.
huh, why though? I mean, understand, yeah, you all love and thing, but I mean, a lot of them do not want to move on. They like have hope
Yeah.
that this person gonna come back, and I'm like,
Yeah.
but, but I
Well,
mean,
it's
look
always
at the bright
interesting.
side. We get new
Mm,
letters and we get new dick and all pussies, if I could say that.
that too. That too. I think for the most part, like for some people, God will kind of like keep regurgitating cycles with some people if they're both willing to work. So if both parties are willing to work, you'll kind of like, even if the other person don't know how to work, and that's the frustrating part, because if they have a will and desire to work, you'll still like let the cycle play out. But yeah, I guess it's probably why God's allowing us to develop the culture, so we can figure
Oh,
out when to let go appropriately, maybe.
ah, nah. As I said, I willing to let go. I'm like, let go. Goodbye. It was nice dealing with y'all. I learned my
Listen,
lessons. All right, good. Moving on. On to the next.
that part, that part, especially because you know that having to sit back in the class is like, damn, I don't want another F
Yeah,
boy
it's
in
like the
here.
same thing repeating itself. I mean, I
Yeah.
understand I'm giving you one chance, a next chance. Okay. You see, by the third,
Yeah.
fourth time, I've seen the same thing repeat. I'm like, no, 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 no. We've been to this already. I,
I hear you.
I can't, you
I hear
can't say you
you.
didn't get a chance. You get a chance, but now you're overdoing it. Okay, no. You get one
Well,
time.
that part. Now it's getting tricky. Are you exploiting my generosity at this point? Because I think that that's also another thing. That's where God's also like very clear about being firm as well. And God's definitely for some tough love. Snap, like he don't play. So I think definitely the time that we're living in, he's understanding. Okay. He just wants us to let him know what we need to leave on aisle two, because we ain't taking it out the shop with us. Okay. This shit is staying here. But yeah, it's quite an interesting time though. Like with navigating through the rite of passage with the right sort of like people. I hear you when you say like you are the bomb.com. It's just one of those things. And don't get me wrong, people are the bomb.com in their own ways as well for the people that needs to be around them. It's just you, one of those things. I just don't happen to be one of those people. It's just one of those things. It's one of those things, my love. But I think obviously you seem like there's a lot going on for the most part. Like there's a few different dynamics. Aquarius has got some bruised ego, so yeah, he's probably got some sad. Yeah, he's probably got some sad energy. You know, some sad energy, some sad thoughts projecting your way. So make sure that you pray for yourself and cover yourself in that space. It may not be intentional on his part. Definitely cover yourself with some prayer for the other lady with her selfish little spirit making everybody's
Hey,
win
if she's
about her.
selfish, oh my God. Hey,
Very,
I
very.
kid you not, as soon as we saw, because we could check to see who had the most seals, the last day for sales now, we could look it up and see. And we
Mm,
were leading at the time. And she
mm,
hugged me up and she's like, oh my God, we're gonna win, we're gonna win. And then as soon as she said that, she's like, if the other girls who she's normally hire was working
mm.
with her, she would have made much more money. And I'm like, what the seriously? We still win. But you telling me, and it's not the first time though. Even
Yeah,
when she called to confirm that we won,
yeah.
she said it again. She said if the other girls were working with me, we would have made much more money and did way better in sales. And I'm like, what?
She clearly seems to have one of those dynamics where she doesn't necessarily know how to like give or receive a compliment, I guess, because she just completely like dismantled that accomplishment by pretty much putting a negative over it. But that's more of a her situation. Cover yourself, okay? Because these demons are real out here. She's just robbing joy left, right, and center, even her own. So yeah. Uh it's going to be an interesting sort of like month, I want to say, for you in October. So keep us posted on that as well. Let me know how that goes for you, because you've got what, a good 3 weeks before the actual trip and stuff. Yeah, about 3 weeks. Yeah, keep us posted on that as well. But I'm gonna go and dive into Kay's question now as well. I don't even know if she's still in the chat. You still here, Kay? Let me know, because I think you put your question out there a minute ago as well. But thank you for stopping in on the live as well, Ash, and chopping it up, giving us an update, and actually sort of like utilizing the chat space, because it makes things so much easier. And you can have a proper load of catch up. So thank you for sharing. I appreciate that. Let me take your question off. I'm still checking to see if Kate's here. Do you want to sign out and let the people know where to reach you and stuff? You're on socials, right? You're on I don't know if I've got you on Insta. I've had a few people sort of reach out to me on Insta. But feel free to let the people know where to reach you if you're trying to make some friends out here. Snap. Ash? Oh. Are you having technical difficulties, guys? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. We're having the same issue again. Yeah, Ash can't hear me. This happened last time after a while as well. I was going to end the process as well. So I don't know if it was, the guide sort of letting us know, okay, we're finished now. Let's go. Okay, my love, I'm not sure if you're still here. Let me know if you're still here, beautiful. I think I've got your question here. So I'm going to go and dive into your question and give you a nice little read. Last time, I unfortunately actually forgot to take screenshots of the actual questions that I was supposed to be doing the live for during this week that's just gone. So unfortunately, I wasn't able to do that, I'm afraid. But yeah, if you're still here, Kay, I'm going to do your reading quickly. That's okay, beautiful. Thank you, Mama. I appreciate you. Yeah, I'm not sure if Kay's still here. I felt this guy's energy more than once. I encountered him at a business months ago, and I stopped by again, but didn't see him. What's going on between our energy? Okay. The guy that Kay's come across, guys, speak to me. And what's the connection between them about? No, I had fun. Listen, it was nice to sort of get the live tea. That was definitely a vibe. And I appreciate you for always sort of being courageous enough to come on and do that with us as well. Because you proper get into it as well, which is nice. Okay. What's the energy? The connection between them about? Definitely that part. Show me. Make it clearer as well, guys. Okay, are you here? The guys are sort of like reluctant to basically give me a message because they say that you're not here. Are you here? I finally did pry it out of them, but I feel like they didn't want to do the job if it wasn't going to be like an instant thing. Are you here? Because they were reluctant. They were just like, not really. Okay. Interesting. He could be a right, Mina. Thank you so much because the guys were just like, if she ain't here, I can finish up my day job. They were reluctant to actually like give me anything. I don't know if you guys saw, but they just threw the cards at me. They were like, here you go. She ain't even here anyways. Because they don't actually staying in like one place for this long. You know, they're needed in many places. So it's always very interesting. But if you're not here, Kay, moral of the story is this is a potential romantic interest, but it's not one that is to be rushed. The purpose of this situation is really to kind of like work through one's impulsive natures. But it may be an urge basically very quickly to kind of like move through things very quickly because they have a tendency to love bomb themselves as well. That's just kind of like their natural process getting into relationships and stuff. So that's a habit that they're basically learning how to break out of in coming into this space, because you will more than likely call a lot of that stuff out. And seeing as it's official that you're not here, I'm going to close this out with a question because they don't want to be bothered. I'm not going to lie. I'm just going to wrap it up real quick. They're done. Especially because you're not here. But what is the advice then for Kay in navigating through this situation with this potential romantic interest? Oh, they're saying don't reconsider. Just kind of like let the situation play itself out. Okay. What is the advice then for Kay? As clearly as you can, please. Thank you. Yeah. They're saying when it comes to this situation, it's not necessarily sort of like a wait-in situation. It's actually already improving. It's not necessarily about taking action when it comes to this situation. Things are actually naturally just unfolding. You seem to be sort of like meeting each other in the right places at the right time. And I think, if anything, this is more of a case of just not sort of like overthinking things too much. If anything, that's really what the space is about, being open and not really overthinking things too much. The actions to take isn't necessarily the thing that's in question at this point, because the story is kind of like developing at the minute. Yeah, the story is kind of developing. I think that they themselves actually could be going through something which requires your attention specifically. They themselves could be going through a spiritual rebirth, if you will. And the timing on this is impeccable as far as them being able to be presented as a potential romantic interest. And I say potential romantic interest because there's other factors to the situation as well. I think the way in which you guys align is purpose. And what I mean by that is, like I said, I feel like they're navigating through an ascension point where their guides feel like you would be the best counterpart for them to be able to navigate through the journey that they're on with, as far as like where they are right now. And I guess your guides kind of see the benefit in it for you too, basically, in terms of your own personal growth and development as well. So it may come from that place of feeling like it's a purpose buddy, really naturally evolving into potentially something romantic. And I have to say potentially because it has a potential there, but it depends on how the chemistry actually flows with you guys. Okay, which is why they're saying like just kind of let the situation sort of unfold. It's not necessarily about taking too much action, but it's just about taking the right action at the right time. Okay, I hope that that was useful for you, Kay. I don't know if you're actually even still here, but yeah, it was lovely to catch up with everyone and vibe and hang out tonight. I am going to let the guys off their duties for the night as well and get myself together for bed. I actually probably still have some stuff to do on my assignment, so I'll probably be doing some of that actually. But I hope that the Aries full moon treats you guys well. I'll be back next week to sort of see how you guys are getting on in this climate as well. And then we shall take it from there. Okay. You guys make sure that you kind of like during this climate as well, because we're going through like significant updates with a lot of the old programs. Just be sure to be clear about what it is that you're wanting. The universe doesn't mind, and God wants you to tell him, like, especially in this climate, whilst he's doing the updating process, what exactly it is that you need, so that he can maybe write that into the code universally. But if you're like not clear on what it is that you want, then don't bother. I'm not going to lie to you. Don't bother, because your indecision's only going to cause you to have like situations where you mess yourself up further down the line because you're not clear right now. So if you don't have a definitive like answer on something, no answer is also an answer at the minute as well. So just bear that in mind. And it may also have some consequences, that no answer. So take that into consideration as well, because we are in quite the time, you guys. Quite the time. It's better than 2020 though. It's not like when God shut down Earth. So it's progress, if you ask me. We're doing much better than we had been in recent years. And on that note, I am going to love you guys and leave it there for you guys until next Friday. I'm gonna let you guys know when I am going live. I'll probably put a memo out on the community chat. Okay, lovelies. I will catch you guys next week. Let's get the outro going. Sorry about the photos as well for the promo. I have to make it all into like probably a little video and then upload it on here, and then I'll be able to think maybe I can actually, I'll upload the photos actually on the community tab, so you guys can see them. They're doing good work. But thank you guys for your continued support as always. Thank you, Mina. I appreciate you. Thank you for doing an awesome job tonight as well. You actually popped in fairly early tonight, to be fair, because they were like, look, Mina will get here when she get here. Let her finish up. But no, as always, guys, mwah, mwah, mwah. I'm sending you guys so much love.
All the things they said to hold her back, they never seem to leave her head and tend to keep her mind at war. All the things they said to hold her back, they keep her locked inside of all the times when she's been hurt before.
Definitely going to throw that on the community tab so you guys can sort of see what we've been doing and what changes our little space is making to the world. One little donation at a time, which I appreciate you guys for. I'll catch you guys next Friday. Bye. We get to do this all over again. Can you imagine?